Hello everyone, welcome to the 2023 Rod Russell Mason Track and Field Invitational. We have a big day in track and field for you, one of the biggest meets in Ohio, and we've got a lot of stars competing on the track and turf today. I'm Adam Whittle, joined alongside my partner for this broadcast, Caden Winship, and we have a special guest joining us later, former Mason head track coach, happens to be my dad, Darren Little, so he's going to be bringing us some commentary about the origins of this event. But Caden, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking forward to that Angelo Gazzari Mile, one of the most highly anticipated events in all of track season, really, in the state of Ohio. It's one of the most entertaining. You got all these great mile runners competing out there, and it's really one of the fastest miles you'll ever see.
Yeah, Angela Gazzari, Mason class of 2006. She was an 8-time state champion, 12-time regional champion, 13-time district champion, 11-time FAVC champion. This was back when the Comets were in the FAVC. 8-time All-Ohio, 4-time Southwest Runner of the Year, 5-time FAVC Runner of the Year, 7 Mason High School records, and 3 Greater Cincinnati records. Caden, those are just her high school achievements. We can talk a little bit about her success, but ran at Illinois and competed in the Olympic trials. Definitely one of the most accomplished athletes in Mason history.
Absolutely. We're about to get underway here with the girls 4x800 meter relay, and they're off.
Yeah, and this girls 4x8 relay, Loveland last year at the state meet placed 4th, and Gahanna placed 6th.
Now on the track,
so 2 pretty elite teams.
girls 4x800 meter relay, and with that, we've begun the 2023 Rod Russell Mason
team in the
Invitational.
long distance and mid distance events, and pretty solid team in the short distance events too. A real well balanced team here. As we're getting around the 200 meter mark.
Final call for the boys 4x800 meter relay.
Really at the point where you start to see it stretch out, and you can see lead runners start to take an advantage, and a group of 5 right here.
First call, boys 110 meter hurdles.
Mason runner up in the lane 1, up in first, it seems, coming around the 300 meter mark. It's past here. Relays are always a fun event because you always get to see like a team feel, You have to rely on your teammates, not just an individual competition. Not like it's more reliant on a team. Like of course you score for your team by finishing high in a race, but this one's really 4 people score high for your team, so it's a team within inside a team. It allows for a great team dynamic to develop.
All of the girls have completed their first lap of 2.
You see the top 2 leaders there, right, tailing each other. Seems trying to overtake here, fighting back and forth.
I believe that's Mason and Harrison up front.
There's a
Carly Condit, the anchor, or the first leg for Mason, and Natalie Kiefer, the first leg for Harrison.
Seems to have taken the lead here. Gotten a little bit of a gap out here during that little bit of 500 right around that back stretch, and here we are coming around for the first lap, and absolutely got a lot of space there. And Russia handoff here, coming around at a great time, and the baton will be handed off at about 2:17. Great first lap for Mason there. See a couple of them 5 seconds behind. Their big group, huge gap was developed in that last 150. As we can now see an almost 50-meter advantage here for Mason.
Girls high jump update. You're now up to 4 feet 10 inches. Girls high jumps now to 410.
Rounding around the first 200, and seems to be picking up the pace even a little bit more. Trying to keep that advantage, and
that's Abby Slife, second leg runner for the Comets.
Those are taking place by the shed behind the tennis courts.
Coming around for the first lap.
Side of the venue behind the track.
800 is one of the hardest events to pace because it's just long enough that you don't need to go all out in it, but you still need to go really strong or else you won't pull out good enough time. Is coming around here at 3:24.
Lakota West and Madeira closing the gap for second and third place now. Loveland just behind.
An 8-second advantage here for Mason coming around.
A little bit surprised we haven't seen Springboro. They were the 4th seeded team coming into this. Life still a very confident lead, very close second and third, as West is now passed, falling back to third. Still on the second leg here.
Seeing a big fight there, back and forth battle between the two in second and third. Even though you trying to catch them, trying to catch up just a little bit to help your next leg. Is seems that they've closed the gap a bit. You know, you go too hard on the first lap, it might be a little bit of a slower second lap, but still a great 800 here for Slife. As the handoff will be taking place at 4:41 to freshman Bella Tepley, I believe.
Freshman Bella Tepley, not only a star on the track, but was a GMC Swimmer of the Year as a freshman. Third place finisher for the Comets at the cross country state. So she's still got a lot of time left in her high school career, and I think Caden, safe to say there might be some records broken, and she's going to go down as a pretty solid athlete to say the least.
I agree. Seems to be a little bit of a split between Mason and second place, but second place also got out to a big lead on third. It's really great to try to catch up, especially because it's such a long race. Just a couple of seconds will make a huge difference.
Yeah, Dakota West making up a lot of ground here.
Trying to catch up here, shorten the gap to only maybe 10-20 meters. Comes around at a 5:50. And 2.5 seconds behind is West. Seems to be a bit of a battle starting over there. You can see West is catching up. It's really the hardest part of the race because you have to start to pick it up, but you're really tired after that fast first lap.
Spectators need to refrain from standing
Just gotta hold them off for a little bit longer because that handoff, you really can gain some ground there. Because once you get going, you can pick up a bit of speed before the other team gets their handoff off. So you might be able to see a bit of a gap here develop for the team in first place if they stay out there. As we come here along the last 100, and this is really big, you got to speed it up here. Seems that Tepley's going to be able to hold off West into the final leg for Mason.
Mason the lead, West in third. Second, excuse me, and Springboro Panthers third place. This final leg will be handed off to Addison Stevens for the Comets. She looks to hold the Comet lead, but West making up some ground.
Trying to catch her right now to see if she can hold her off, just stay in front of her for a little bit longer. Could be a good move, but you might run out of gas at the end, which could be really kind of the hardest part about the 800 is you really don't know when you're going to run out of gas. They're coming around here, about just past the 200 mark, and Mason was overtaken by West here. Staying right on their tail, trying to stay with her to pass her on the last little bit is probably a good idea. Trying to close the gap just a little bit more and almost touching feet here.
Firebirds and Comets neck and neck, headed into the final 400. They're about 5 meters away. And at 8:10, they've got one more lap left. Let's see which runner is going to be able to take it home. It's Addison Stevens starting to make up some ground. And again, I think like you mentioned earlier, West maybe went a little bit too hard out the gate.
Absolutely. You got to make sure that you just kind of slowly, gradually catch up. Because if you go too hard too early, you'll definitely run out of energy later. So you gotta, if you go out hard, you gotta stay hard. You gotta stay going out faster, just a little bit longer. You can't stop right in front of them, because now you can see Mason's trying to make a move here, right there, uh, right there behind him.
200 meters left to go. West still in the slight
Yep,
lead.
150 now, and I see it's really close. Both are tired coming around this stretch, but it's final push. You gotta try to finish it out here. And Mason comes out to lane 2 to try to take it over, as it's gonna be real close here. Mason seems to be shouldered width, and Mason will pass here, and Mason will take the win with a time of 9:24. West barely a second behind, probably not even. Great race there.
We'll wait to see the final.
Times 9:24.38 and 9:24.74. Only a couple tenths of a second off of each other. Real close as we come around here to see this. We finish out a couple more. 56, and we've reached 10 minutes here.
Loveland's going to take home 4th place. Springboro right behind. Harrison, excuse me, going to take 4th place.
Madeira seems to be in 3rd, if I read that correctly.
Okay, and if this first race is anything like the rest of the night, should be very exciting night. That
Absolutely.
neck and neck.
Great race from all teams, and Mason and Lakota West had a real tough battle there. Mason was able to pull it out by just a couple tenths of a second. Really, that's in running, that's all that matters. It's what makes a difference between winning and losing. So real close race there, but both ran great.
Walnut Hills passes the finish line.
And that is, I believe, the end of the girls 4x800 meter race. The boys will step on here. We have 2 Mason teams here.
Okay, and pretty interesting stat here. This boys 4x8. Taking a look at the state finishes from last year. Loveland, 1 state in this 4x8 event. St. X, 2nd place. Mason, 3rd place.
Next on the track,
So the
the
first
boys
3
4x8
spots
relay.
the state
Final
finals last year
call
are
for the
all back
girls
here at the
100
Mason
meter
Invitational.
hurdles.
Don't forget about 5th
Second
place
call
finish
for the
from
boys 100
Miamisburg.
10 meter hurdles, and first call for the
So this
girls
race is
100
anything like
meter
last year.
dash.
A lot of stars on
So,
the track.
Absolutely. We have
Final
a
call, girls
2
100
Mason
meter
teams.
hurdles,
So we'll see if
second call
they'll
boys
be
110
battling
meter
out
hurdles,
together,
and first
or will
call
one
for
be
the
ahead of
girls
the other.
100.
Yeah, one on the inside and one on the outside here.
Hurdle crew, please stand by for the conclusion of the 4x8. As soon as the 4x8 is over, we're going to be moving out the hurdles.
Looks like to lead things off for the Comets, it's going to be Aiden Markich.
And Cameron Christie, I believe, out there in lane 6 for Cameron and lane 1 for Aiden. Cameron had a breakout year this year, really picked it up, got a huge 800 PR, and he was running JV earlier this year and made his way onto varsity for the Mason Invite.
And we're off.
See, they always got to start fast because you got to get out there by the 300 meter mark, which is where they cut in.
Mason coming into this race seated the highest. They've got a 6-second advantage over 2nd place St. Xavier. St. Xavier sitting at about 8:02. Mason 7:56.
You see coming around at the 250 mark. And we will have, I believe, Aiden Markich and Mason in the lead in lane 1. And got 3 guys not too far behind. really tough event. You know, really bunched up at the beginning. It takes a long time to spread out. All really good runners here. Aiden's trying to stay in front of everybody else. Keep his team in the lead.
So about 600 meters in, Mason holding the lead. But a very, very close race so far. Still got a lot of distance left to run.
Absolutely. They come around here for the end of the first leg. Aiden's trying to fight, but it seems, oh, he's going to get a little bit of burst of speed there, and that might be enough to keep Mason in the lead during the first leg.
Centerville pushing right behind, saying that's a very close third.
As Cameron Christie comes in he's about to get his hand off, and right here to senior Hayden Lyons. And up in front, Mason's
Eric Martin.
And
I believe Jack Nesbitt for St. Xavier. Nesbitt making some room. He's about to pass Centerville.
Real big three pack right there, all right next to each other. As it seems, Centerville might be trying to take first right here around the corner. Seems he's maybe holding him off. Seems real close. Centerville's gonna stay shoulder to shoulder with Mason here around the bend. And St. Xavier's trying to pass here, going into lane 3 almost for it. And they will. Centerville and St. Xavier both pass here. So Eric Martin's probably just going to try to hang on here, keep the gap short.
Dakota East in 4th, Dakota West in 5, and Loveland in the 6th spot. As all teams have now completed their first lap of the second leg.
You can see St. Xavier got out to a big lead as they've taken a huge gap here on Centerville and Mason, as Eric Martin seems to be falling back into 5th place.
This is not the start the Comets wanted. Definitely not expecting it.
Comets probably plan to get in on the next couple of laps, the next couple of legs. Is here comes St. Xavier with a big lead, and Centerville trailing not too far behind, as there will be a handoff at 4:01. And Martin will give it to Drew Weiss, and he's going to try to catch up here.
St. Xavier still in the lead. Centerville about 30 meters behind them. Lakota West in 3rd. Dakota East in 4th. Loveland in 5th. Weiss trying to make some ground up for Mason.
Hayden Lyons coming around to hand it off to senior Charlie Mattern.
St. X staying strong.
Ahead by just about
Update for girls
50 meters. That's a big gap there. Just got to stay strong. Can't let Wester Centerville catch up here, because they're 2 and 3. Coming around in about 60 seconds here for the first lap for Xavier. Quite a fast first lap. See if he can hold the pace. And see as the gap continues to grow here for St. Xavier. A great middle too for Xavier as they continue to put a big a lot of meters in between them and second place as they're trying to pull out the win here. see Xavier coming around to hand it to their anchor. Great time there from their third leg, sorry.
Mason continuing to drop. 9th place.
Girls pole vault now up to 9 feet 6 inches.
So he hands it off to Cole Vernon. Cole's going to try to make up a little bit of ground. Rough race there from Drew.
Hurdle crew, please be ready for the conclusion of the boys 4x8.
Here comes St. Xavier at the end of their first lap. And Mason's going to hand off to their final leg. Zach Stimler is going to try to end it off for the Mason B team as St. Xavier comes around. Trying to finish their last lap. They got about 300 meters left. Cole Vernon's trying to make up ground, but it's quite hard with all these great runners here. Comes around at 7:26, and only 200 left for St. X. Here comes St. Xavier around the last little bit, 50 meters to go, and they will come in well ahead in first with a time of about 8:02.
100-meter lead over the 2nd place, and this is where things are starting to get interesting as Walnut Hills passes West. Looks like they're going to take 2nd place. Potentially Centerville going to pass West too, and that's going to be a photo finish. We'll wait to see the official call, but Walnut Hills places 2nd. Very close between Centerville and West. We'll see what the official time is, and they're going to... Nothing on the board yet. And it's going to be Lakota West, so they were able to hold Centerville off a bit. So St. Xavier, Walnut Hills, Lakota West, Centerville, and Loveland take the first 5 spots. Kings in 6th place, time of 8:20. And Moeller coming around just near the finish line, and they time of about 9:10. Mason's varsity B team, last team to finish with a time of 9:19.
Hurdle crew, now's your time. Move the hurdles to the yellow marks and up 2 notches. So hurdles at the yellow marks and
Our
up
next
2
event
notches.
going to be the girls 100-meter hurdles. And the state champion is here today, Camden Bentley from Gahanna. So Bentley likely the favorite for this race. Carlton from Wayne, 9th place at state last year for Wayne. So the hurdle crew on the track right now, getting those hurdles.
There will be 3 heats of the 100-meter hurdles. Final call for the boys 110 hurdles. Second call for the girls 100-meter dash, and first call for the boys 100-meter dash.
Girls take the hurdles first.
For those of you Just now joining us, welcome to the 2023 Rod Russell Invitational here at Mason High School. One of the biggest track and field meets in Ohio. Lots of stars in attendance, and the main event coming later tonight. Under the lights, the Bizzarri Mile. A lot of big names. Talked a little bit about it earlier, named after Mason legend Angela Bizzarri. Holds all kinds of records here at Mason. But one of those records in cross country specifically was just broken this year. Freshman Aoife Pashka, who will be running in the Bizzarri Mile tonight.
Absolutely, an under 5-mile runner as a freshman. He's broken tons of miles and records in all sorts of distances. One of the best runners that's ever came through Mason already, and she's got a couple more years left.
Yeah,
So.
and Angela Bizzarri, a fringe Olympian. I mean, you don't get much better than that. And Mason's got a freshman coming up the pipe and already breaking some of those records. So it'll be very interesting to watch her career the next 3 years.
Yeah, talking to her, she's a very determined runner. She puts her head down. She works a lot. So we'll see if we see another runner have to have a race named after him because of some great running. But we'll see. As we're about to get underway with the hurdles here.
3 heats. 4 heats, excuse me. Rachel Anderson, Marie Hotzel, and the gun fires. Just a 2-person race. Kings off to an early lead.
And we'll see a finish of just under 20 seconds. Great time there. Practice runouts. Got to make sure you get off the blocks right. Huge to having a great time. So if you trip or you go a little slow off the start, definitely lose tenths of a second, which are very valuable in a shorter race.
2 Ursuline runners in this event, joined by a Thunderhawk from Dakota East, Springboro Panther in lane 5.
Seems to be a total of 5 runners during this race, maybe more.
I believe we have a full
full
track.
Yes, my bad. Full 8. So we can get underway here. You see just easily jumping over the hurdles there, and see a finish of about 17 seconds there. It's a strong run there from a lot of runners there. 16.74 for the winning runner on Mason.
Kai Walker going to take that one.
Hurdle crew, please
Caroline
be ready
Fury in second, and
for
Kimura
after the 3rd heat.
Mall
Fury
in 3rd
just
place for
just
Centerville.
At the girls'
a
100,
hundredth of a
move
second
up the hurdles
behind. Oh, my bad, a
for the
tenth of a
boys'
second
110s.
behind. That really shows you that matters a lot.
Next up we have Emma Up, Zoe Leaney, Lila Boardwine, Sophia Kapsevich, Savannah Connor, Kate Hartley, Maddie McCaster, and Madeline Powell in this 3rd heat.
Excuse me, after the 4th heat.
Let me get set here. Something to notice is that they've changed the way the starting pistol works. Here they are. I'll tell you in a second. Jumping over the hurdles here is Mason maybe in the lead by a little bit. It's going to be close with Loveland here, I bet.
Maddie McCaster losing some steam. Kate Hartley, Sophia Kapsevich, neck and neck. We'll see who they give it to.
Sophia from
Fourth and
Loveland got
final
a
heat coming up for the girls 100
15.75,
meter
and
hurdle. So
Kate
hurdle
Hartley
crew,
just
be on
behind
standby.
by 0.05 of a second. Great run there. So they changed the starting pistol this year from what I've seen. Instead of using a regular blank, they use a thing that kind of makes a buzzing noise, and I've heard a lot about people complaining, people liking it. It really just kind of depends.
Some mixed opinions, it sounds like. So Caden's the track runner out of the two of us. Me, not as big of a track guy, but my brother's a runner. My dad used to be the head Mason coach, so I know a little bit. But Caden on the Comet team. Big thanks to him for announcing today's game or today's meet. Final leg here for the girls.
A few people. I don't know if it's full. I don't think it's a full thing. It might be a full thing. Yeah. We got a Mason and West, Loveland. Can't really see very well from here, but a lot of teams representing here. So
Haley Troy for West, Lindsay Hartman for Loveland in lane 2, Michaela Chandler in lane 3, Camden Bentley, we talked about her earlier, reigning state champ for Gahanna Lincoln, Lily Eagleston in lane 5, Layla Walker in lane 6, Lila Kovacs in 7, and Maya Taylor Stewart in lane 8 for Sycamores, both all girls in their ready position. And they're off.
There we go.
And an early lead for Bentley. She's got a lot of ground.
Oh my goodness.
And she is flying
almost a
through
hurdle
these hurdles.
Ahead. Full hurdle ahead, that's an under 14 time. That is a really fast run there.
I believe
goodness.
About a 13.7.
13.69. That is a blazing fast time. The second place runner was a full second behind.
Hurdle crew, please.
Not her PR, but still. Darn good time.
Markers.
Bentley came in seated with a
13.25.
and she's a reigning state champ for a reason, Caden.
Absolutely. That was a full hurdle ahead of everyone else. That's quite the quick time. You really don't see that often, that much of a gap on such a short race. So we'll see the boys get underway with their 110 hurdles. You see the hurdle crew setting up, raising the hurdles, moving them into the correct spots for the 110.
First call for the girls 4x2 relay.
Here we are. You see, they call it the Wayne Wheeler World Record Hurdle Crew. Because we're almost done. We got a couple of lanes left to go. Hurdles are always great because you get to see a combination of speed and power. You got to go fast, and you got to get up high and quick, and it's a very, very complex event. You need a lot of skill to be able to pull it off.
Walnut Hills, and in first place,
Props to the people who run this race.
8 minutes and 2 seconds.
And we have a new meet record here on just the third event. Camden Bentley out of Gahanna Lincoln shatters the girls' 100-meter hurdle record. It was previously 14.3. It's now held by the Gahanna Lincoln Golden Lion with a time of 13.69.
On finish timing.
It's beat by about 0.7 seconds. That's a pretty big margin, especially in a sprint.
Scan from a QR code. Placed all around.
Those tenths of a second, they matter a whole lot. That's like, you know, you don't really count those PRs if you run long distance. If you're like, oh yeah, I PR by 0.3. No, you PR by 0.3 in a sprint event. That's a big deal. It means you got just that much faster, that much of a better jump, that's a lot for them. I mean, as compared to like, like a couple of seconds as low a PR as I'll take, you know, as a runner. Like, I always want to get like a few more seconds, like try to get a lot faster of a time to show that. But these guys that run these short distance events, they go for those little tenths of a second, focusing here, getting a bit quicker here, longer lengths in their strides here to get them a couple more tenths of a second, maybe up to a full second there. I mean, You never really know. You can be benefited by wind hanging on your back, wind on your front. It really kind of affects a lot of the run when you're running a 100, 110, 200. A lot more than it does a 16 or a 32.
So the hurdles have reset.
We're about to get underway here for the boys 110.
7 lanes occupied in this one. So we have 3 heats.
And they get set. As they're off, and here we go.
Victor Salinas in the early lead for Centerville.
A couple hurdles knocked down there. You see a lot of clips there. And one gets knocked down, and oh, he trips. He trips and he gets second there. He was in the lead, but ends up getting just a bit slower of a time there for Centerville.
And we have results from the
About
girls'
2/10 of a
100-meter hurdles.
second.
In
So
third
that's
place from
rough.
Loveland,
You were
Lindsay
in the
Hardman,
lead and
a
you
time of 15.
clip a hurdle a little
36.
too
In
much, and he's
second, Lily
only able to
Eagleton
get
from
second
Mason,
there.
14,
It's frustrating.
And in first place in a new meet record,
Tyler Paul.
Camden Bentley from Gahanna Lincoln with a time of 13:69.
Gonna win that
She
race,
beats
and they're announcing
her
it from the
previous
loudspeaker
record,
now.
which she was tied with
That
Mason's
record
Liana Sistrunk of
was just
14:3.
broken
So
by
congratulations
Camden
to
Bentley.
Camden Bentley.
See the second heat get ready here. Take a couple of jumps off. Got a couple of Mason guys in here.
Braxton Moore in lane 2.
Long jump, high jumper as well. He's really good at that. One of the Mason's best at that on the team currently. Does a lot of the jumps, jump-related events. Quite the vertical, really.
Gavin Berry coming into this. This heat is the highest seed, 16:46 time. Out of Moeller.
They're about to get set here. It takes a long time for them to get their nerves ready and kind of be prepared to go. Which a lot goes into it mentally to make sure everything goes perfect, because you need it to for these hurdles. They're set, and buzzer goes off, and they'll go. So Mason here, and they're staying right based on near even with each other. As it seems we got, so it took a little bit Mason and who is that? I can't tell. We'll see who wins this one. Sycamore's Aiden Everhart wins with a time of 16.24, and Braxton Moore came in second with a 16.35. We got a 2 Mason here, and just behind him at 6.56 in third. Yeah, the 2 through 4 are all really close to each other at a tight, like 0.3 of a second gap in between, almost.
Girls pole vault now up to 10.6, 10 feet 6 inches. Also coaches, the coaches hospitality section is open in the visitors concession stand. That is from 5 to 7, so coaches make sure to stop by the hospitality stand in the visitors concession stand.
All right, we'll see here. Got a couple of guys warming up to run a lot. I think it's full 8 again. Got a Mason
At the
here.
conclusion of this heat, hurdle crew, please be ready.
West in lane 1. A couple of other guys. Centerville right next to the Mason. St. Xavier in lane 2. Loveland in lane 3. Getting ready. Run off in this heat. Set and go.
Centerville out to the early lead.
Goodness, he's got a big lead here as he continues to try to gap it. But here's Sycamore coming right up on him, and St. Xavier. Oh, and then
Hurst Davidson takes a tumble for Mason.
able to finish it though. Finishes through hard to end that
Hurdle
one,
crew,
but
please help remove
tough break there.
the
It's
hurdles,
always
but
rough.
before you
Happens.
take them off the track,
No ski.
move them all the way down, notches
Take
all the
it
way
for
down.
Centerville with a time of 15:12. Aiden Barker in second place for Sycamore, 15:38. St. Xavier in third place, Gavin Orth with a time of
Spectators, our concession stand is
15:49.
open, so make a visit over there when you get the chance. And again, thank you to our sponsors, Buckeye Running Company, Peyton Kitchen and Bath, James Third Day
Girls
Sports
get
Bar
set
and
to
Grill,
run off.
Melissa Anderson Photography, Dr. Kevin Poole, and Realtor Marianne Culbertson. Thank you so much to all of our generous sponsors for making this meet happen.
The 100 meter is the hurdle crew. Clears it here.
Final call for the boys 100 meter hurdles. Second call, girls 4x2 relay, and first call for the boys 4x2 relay. Now up, we have 4 heats of the girls 100 meter dash. And any athletes that are not currently warming up for an event, please stay off the infield. The infield is just for warming up athletes. Please stay at your team camps if you're not actively warming up.
Getting ready. The girls about to go off on their 4x1 100 meter. My bad. They're set and they're off.
Callie Smith of Mount Notre Dame with the early lead. She's going to take it.
Way ahead there with a time of just under 13, I
high jump,
believe.
that's
Let's
a
see what
12:06,
the
12:07.
And we have
12:7 there.
from the
And
boys,
13:6 right
110
behind
hurdles.
her.
In third place from St. Xavier, Gavin Orth with a time of
12:7.3
15:49.
from Callie
In second
Smith
place,
of Mount
Aiden
Notre
Barker
Dame.
from Sycamore, 15:38. And our winner from Centerville, Sepulchi Anasike from Centerville. And full results can be found on finish timing. And those are linked on the meet program, which is posted around the stadium.
And also right now, going on ICRC-TV, just about 100 feet from us is the Mason varsity softball game. Mason just tied it up at 2, so a tight game going on there. And just the bottom of the first, bases loaded, 1 out. Mason's got that new beautiful turf field.
Absolutely, both fields, both got the treatment, and seems that players and fans like it a lot. They're off here.
Second heat underway, very neck and neck. Loveland looks to be in the lead by just about
At the round
inches.
13, we'll see what the times say officially. 13.23 for Loveland's Anson Hearn, and Loveland just behind at 0.07 of a second. Leah Murray at a 13:30.
Callie Smith still going to be top time so far through 2 heats. She was in that first heat for Mount Notre Dame. Don't see that very often when first heat's in the lead.
It normally goes slower to faster, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Smith did have the highest seed out of all of them, so interesting to see. He's got 4 heats for this.
We'll see as like these shorter distance events got all these heats, and then you'll go to longer distance events, and it'll last about the same amount of time depending on the event, because they got more laps around the track, but you have all these different runners that have to go in different heats for the shorter events. So really, there's not much of a difference in time during these meets.
Third heat about underway now.
Getting ready. Set, and they're off. Couple of one Mason here, and the Mason just seems to be just in the lead. It's gonna be close here. I think Mason might have it at about a 12:05, around that area. We'll see what the times say. A 12:69 to win by 0.2 of a second. Mason's able to pull that one out. A tight race, real tight race between a couple of times here. Is between 3, 4, and 5. Only 0.02 of a second separated them, and even 6 was only separated by 0.07 of a second. So it's really close there.
Heat 4 of the girls'
Couple of
100
Mason
meter
runners
dash.
here in lane 1 and 2.
Be Nora Moore and Eden Orr, first 2 lanes, both running for the Comets. Underclassmen, Eden Orr a sophomore, Nora Moore a freshman. Addison Burnham, lane 3. Heaven Willis, the #1 seeded runner in this event, with an 11:87 seed time. She's in lane 4. Samaria Williams in lane 5. About ready to shoot the gun off here. Keller in lane 6 for Centerville and Bosco. Lane 7 for Miamisburg. Hamilton for Mercy and O'Cauley.
They're off here. The fastest events, it seems West stay in the lead here.
Heaven Willis, she's flying.
We'll go
Looks like
right around 12, maybe under. She get under 12 here. No, just
Next on the track, the boys' 100 meter dash.
That's a little bit of a surprising time. It kind of looked like she was faster than that. Again,
a little bit faster than that.
These just unofficial times, so once we get the official results, we will get them out to you as soon as possible.
These are the boys. They're about to take off on their 100 meters dashes.
On the meet program, just posted around the stadium. First call for the girls' mile. That is our first heat of the mile, not Lazari Mile. Lazari Mile will be happening later in the meet.
Look at this stud right here.
Heaven Willis will officially take the #1 spot in the girls' 100 meter dash. Time of 12:26. Nora Moore for Mason right behind her with a 12:45. As the boys will line up near the starting line. We'll go a little bit back in time. So Mason A relay officially taking #1 spot in the women's 4x800 relay with the time of 9:24. Lakota West 9:24.74. So
Just a couple of 9:24.38. So just a couple of tenths of a second. So here we get 3 guys off here. 2 Sycamores, and I think it'll be Sycamore, and then I couldn't tell who the other team was. Lakota East. 11.67, 11.93, and 11.96. So really nice times there for the 2 Sycamores and Lakota East runners. As we'll get back quickly to the second heat, maybe quickly. We'll see. Lots of warming up is quite key to these runners' success. You have to warm up right and most of the times find a routine so everything stays pretty similar in order to be a consistently strong runner. Gotta get set here. See lots of similar warm-ups, jumping, high knees, trying to get their legs warm and ready to you gotta cover a lot of ground really quickly with long strides and quick feet. So you gotta try to warm up to get both of those ready to go. They're off here. They're running to Mason here, and seems Loveland might. Is that Loveland? Can't tell. We'll see that one end in under 12. Not Loveland, my bad. It's Anderson. Anderson just behind Mason's Argent Garg as he finishes with a time of 11:53, and Anderson, who's in the lead for most of it, just gets past at 11:56. Real close there. A great run from all of them. As we'll come back over to the next heat as we got a couple more here. In first over at the moment is Mason's Gargas. He's got the time just a little bit more, just a little bit faster than Anderson. It's upcoming. We got quite a couple of teams being represented here. No Mason, got Anderson, St. Xavier, Lakota East, Loveland, Miamisburg, Walnut Hills, and Springboro, all having a runner in here too from Walnut Hills. Getting all ready to go. They're set. Go, and bit of a, I think Anderson and St. Xavier both fighting. This will come in just at the low 11s, I believe. This is gonna be this one's gonna be a close one. See who it says. Xavier gonna win it with a time of 11.31. St. Xavier's Caleb Dennis able to pull out a 2/100th of a second lead over Toby Strasbaugh, who got of Cincinnati Anderson, who got a 11.33.
Our final heat of the boys 100-meter dash about to line up. Janelle Bryant and Jordan Marshall for Mason, two star football players. Jordan Marshall will be playing football at the University of Michigan. As an Ohio State fan, not too thrilled about that, having to play against him and the team up north. He had one heck of a game against Mason in the state playoffs. And Janelle Bryant, wide receiver, going to be playing football at Arkansas State, joining Butch Jones, former UC coach.
See, a lot of those football players try to definitely run those track events because helps them build speed, which is very valuable on the football field. You don't really got much else to do during the spring. Maybe practice a little bit more football, but track is very much encouraged. Help get a little bit of an edge on the speed department.
Runners in their ready positions.
They're off. seems to have an advantage here. Two guys up in the front. They're going really quickly.
Looks like Bryant
In the
easily
10s.
take it.
In
What a
the
run.
10s. Wow, what a run there. 10:26, 10:62, my bad.
Open pit will begin
And then
at
Muller's able
6
to take
o'clock.
both of the top
There'll
two
be 4
spots.
Open pit
10 O'Brien
at
and
6
Jordan
o'clock,
Marshall,
and that
10,
will run
10:62 and
until
10:82
7.
respectively.
Girls long jumpers, open pit.
They had
will open
quite a
up in
gap
about 5 minutes.
between the rest of the race, those two. A great run from them.
And now we have the seated 100-meter dash for the Coda West. Juniper June McKnight will be taking on Landon Bomar. Both are now underway. As McKnight has a lead over Bomar. And she will finish first with a time of 23 seconds. Bomar right behind, 25.
22.78 and 24.92. Great race from them. As we'll now head to the next event, which is the
Girls 4x2.
Girls 4x2.
We have 2 heats of the 4x2, and in the
We'll
first
have 2
heat,
heats of this.
in lane 2, Sycamore. In lane 3, Mason C. In lane 4, Mercy McCauley. In lane 5,
This
Mason D.
girls
In lane
4x2
6, Anderson.
be
In lane
a
7,
very exciting
Ursuline.
race.
And in lane 8,
With Hannah
Kings.
Lincoln, I believe we're going to see Camden
Final
Bentley
call,
again,
boys
as they are the
4x2.
number 1 seeded team.
Second call
Time
for
of
the girls
1 minute
mile,
38
first
seconds.
heat, not the
Dakota
Bazaar mile,
West
which will be later
and Mason
in
and
the
Centerville
evening.
all
And first call for the boys mile, again,
1
just the
minute
first heat
42 and some
of the boys
change.
mile, first call.
So it's going to be a very tight race here. Again, 2 heats of this event. There's going to be 7 teams in this first race. Sycamore, Mason C team. Mercy McCauley, the Mason B team. Anderson, Ursuline, and Kings. Mercy McCauley, the number 1 seeded team here in this first heat. Time of 1 minute 48 seconds and 90.
Exchange zone, are you ready?
Teams making their way to the starting line. Again, Mason, 2 teams represented. Sycamore in lane 2, Mercy McCauley leading time in this heat in lane 4. Anderson lane 6, Ursuline lane 7, and Kings in lane 8.
Starter, we are ready.
I believe it'll be Joy Rezig to get things started for the Comets. A little bit of delay on the track. Very busy Friday night here at Mason High School. Softball game going on. And then the big Mason Track and Field Invitational. Runners on the track and the field events going on in the barn. We'll keep you updated on those results as well, but still a delay on the track for first tee of the girls 4x2. We'll take a look back at the final results of last event. Tanel Bryant, the 10-6-2 to take the win for Moeller. In second place, his teammate Jordan Marshall, the Michigan football commit, time of 10:82. And Baylor Stickle from Miamisburg in third place, at 11:10. The girls 100-meter dash, Heaven Willis, first place for Lakota West, and not far behind Nora Moore from Mason, the freshman. So we're off here, first heat of the girls 4x2. Kings got things started in that outside lane, so they have the advantage. But the gap closing early. Kings makes the handoff. Mercy McCauley making up some ground. They moved into third place, but Anderson in second. All teams have made their second exchange now. A minute into this race. Mercy McCauley holds the lead, but the Comets coming up right behind. And Ava Arango finishing things out here off for the Comets as they're going to take the first heat with a time around 1:47. Mercy McCauley in second, and Anderson will wrap up, finish off the top three.
Some results from our 100-meter dash event. In the seated 100, from Lakota East, Landon Bomar with a time of 24:92, and from Lakota West, Juniper McKnight with a time of 22:78.
First heat now complete.
In the girls'
Second
100-meter
round will
dash,
come on
in
here.
third place, from Centerville,
Again,
Samaria Williams with a
Hannah
time of
Lincoln,
12:46.
number one seeded
In second,
team
Nora
headed into
Moore
this, but
from Mason,
this could really be anyone's race.
12:45. And in
As
first
Dakota
place,
West,
from
Mason,
Lakota
and
West,
Centerville
Heaven
all
Willis, 12:26.
coming in with a time of a
In
minute
the men's
42.
and boys, in third place from Miamisburg, Baylor Stickle, 11:10. In second place, Jordan Marshall from Moeller at 10:82. And in first place, Tanel Bryant with a time of 10:62, also from Moeller.
It's going to be Loveland in lane 1, Walnut Hills in lane 2, Centerville Elks in lane 3, Hannah Lincoln in lane 4,
For Heat 2
Dakota West in lane
of the
5, the
4x2
Comets,
relay, in lane 1, Loveland.
Varsity A
In lane
squad in
2,
lane
Walnut
6,
Hills.
Lakota
In
East,
lane 3,
lane
Centerville. In
7,
lane 4, Ghana Lincoln. In lane
and
5,
lane 8,
Lakota West. In lane 6,
Springboro Panthers.
Mason. In lane 7, Lakota East. And in lane 8,
It's
Springboro.
going to be Lily
And
Eagleston
starter, we are ready at the
to start
exchange
things off
zone.
for Mason. Team's number 1 hurdler, but also competes in some of the sprinting relays for Mason. About ready to get things started. Automotive delay still on the track.
Here we are with the second heat. Getting ready to go and try to run this one. As 200's really our race. You got to build that speed around the corner and let it all out during that 100. But you still got to go really fast for a long period of time. It's tough on the body.
And the gun fires as we're underway here for the girls
Boys high
4x2.
jumpers, please report to the high jump pit.
It's really crazy
Boys
to
high
watch because
jumpers,
you
please report to
see
the
the
high
people in
jump
lane
pit.
8. They're already
And again,
they already look
girls
like
high
they're almost
jumpers,
done, but
an open jump, open pit.
Tori Killen
Starting
starting
now
things
at
off for the
6:05.
Mason Comets, the freshman. She's making up some ground early. Down in the first turn. She hands off to Eden Orr. Sophomore. It's Lakota East in first, Mason in second, but the Comets making up some ground. East in that outside lane.
right behind you. You gotta have a good handoff here. Handoff might make the difference in this race. He's gonna go. Oh, a bit of a rough handoff, and that gap's increasing quite a lot.
How about the Golden Lions flying around the corner? Mason drops down to third. Lakota East staying strong in first. But Lincoln
We're down to 2 girls
making up some
football
ground
teams.
as Eagleston
Height 11
making her
feet,
way around the
3
track.
inches.
She'll look to hand off to Abby Love, and Abby Love motoring around the corner now, trying to make up some ground for Mason, and Hannah Lincoln
This one's gonna be close.
has a lead. Comets in second now.
I think Hannah's gonna get this one, but it depends on who's gonna get second. I think Mason's gonna get it, as they've gotten in between the gap. It'll close it just a bit on Hannah Lincoln, as they'll come in with a time of about 1:41. Solid. Hannah Lincoln with a time of 1:40.39.
2
and
seconds
Mason
off their
with
PR from the season.
And Mason with a time of 1:42.41.
4x2. 2
That's
heats
just
of the
under a
boys
second
4x2.
slower.
Will
So
be
right
1 in
there
lane
on the
2,
Hannah
Walnut
Lincoln,
Hills.
caught up at the end. Was a
In
great
lane
kick
3, Kings.
at the
In
end of the
lane
Mason
4,
at the end of
Sycamore.
the Mason
In
4x2.
lane 5,
Still their
Dakota
best time
East.
headed into the year,
In
but it
lane
was
6
just
is
that
Mason
exchange
Lee,
between
and lane 7,
Orr and
Anderson.
Eagleston that I think
Final call
really made
for
that
the
gap.
girls' mile, the first heat of the girls' mile.
Allowed Hannah Lincoln
Second
to
call
make up some
for the
ground.
first heat of the boys' mile.
So the
And
Golden Lions taking first
first
place, the
call for the
Comets in
girls'
second.
4x1 relay.
So now we get ready for the boys 4x2.
And Lakota West in third.
Getting set to go. Always very entertaining, those relays. I talked about it earlier during the 4x8, but I love them. Team-oriented events. I love watching those because every person needs to carry their weight in order for the team to benefit.
Ready at the exchange zone.
Again, 2 heats for the boys, 4x200 meter relay. It's going to be Walnut Hills in lane 2, Kings in lane 3, Sycamore in lane 4, Lakota East in lane 5.
The Mason team in lane
Boys
6
are
and
ready
Anderson lane 7.
at the exchange zone start.
Sycamore, the highest seed from this heat, time of 1:33.72.
They're getting ready on their marks and getting set on their blocks. I always don't understand how you can get set on the blocks when you have a baton. It's confused me how they do that.
And we're off.
Mason seems to be trying to get out to a little bit of an advantage here as they're trying to stay up even with everybody.
I believe it'll be Dylan Griffiths.
As you know, they have to hand it off much later because it's a little awkward around the corners. You're going to be out in the outside lanes, but Mason's out there a bit as come around here on leg 2.
Jackson Yoder in second place for the Comets. Dakota East in first. Sycamore making up some ground.
Sycamore might be in first based on around the corner. See who hands it off first will decide it. Sycamore, maybe, yeah, it's going to be close. I think Sycamore is in first. Yes, they are.
So Sycamore, Lakota East, Mason. Kings making up some ground. Again, it's just Mason's.
Close around this corner here as they all start to get more and more tighter and tighter together as they take more of the 200 around them. Here they come around, handoff. Good. Oh, he falls after handing it off. But his teammates heading around the corner real fast. King's trying to catch up. Kings might catch him here. King's in the inside lane. Oh, maybe. Needs to be just too much ground to cover here. So Mason's going to come in around the 4th spot. King's got to hold it or else East will catch him. I think East might get it. East will pass him and get second with a time of 1:32. I missed Sycamore's time. Sycamore came in with a time of 1:30.68. And they were the ones coming into this, correct?
They were.
Yes, so definitely showed it there.
2, in lane 1, we're going to have Centerville. In lane 2, Loveland. In lane 3, Mason. In lane 4,
So now we have
Moeller.
second heat.
In lane 5, Miamisburg. In lane
Taking the
6,
track.
Dakota West.
First lane
Lane
is going to be
7,
Centerville.
St. X.
Second lane,
And
Loveland.
lane 8, Springboro.
Mason in lane 3, Moeller. Lane 4, Miamisburg lane 5. Dakota West lane 6. St. Xavier lane 7. And Springboro in lane 8. And a quick update from Mason softball field.
Starter, we are ready at the exchange zone.
And Mason, from our last update, a big lead change. It was 2-2 in the bottom of the first, but now bottom of the second, 11-2. So bats are rolling for the Comets. And
Runner in second, 2 outs. See if Mason can bring in even more runners here, more runners around here.
I tell you what, this may seem like a big score, but if you were to head over to the field yesterday, the Comets took a win 18-0
I was there for that one, yeah. It was
over the Coleraine Cardinals. So
really good there as they get a runner on third there. Oh, goodness. Mason continues to hit well. So we're back here on the track.
very busy day here in Comet Country.
I mean, in this, we'll see in a second, but you can see the softball field in the shot once we come around. See lots of balloons over there. And
Girls celebrating senior night. They're 2 seniors, Ellie Offner and Sam Pennington.
see over there, balloons. You can see a meeting over there behind the mound. You can see lots of fans in the stands. A great game for them to watch for their Mason fans. As Mason's really done a great job to this point of the season, hanging around 3rd and 4th place going into the postseason.
Second monitor contact at home or split screen. You can watch them both.
Again, that game being streamed on ICRC-TV as well, so big shout out to ICRC for covering the Comets today. And not one, but 2 events.
At once.
Yeah. About ready to get started here. For the boys, 4x2. Second heat. Moeller coming in with the best seed time of 1:28. Miamisburg right behind him, a minute 29, and Mason, minute 31.
Set, go. Long time to get set in between, but here we are, seeing this final heat of the 4x2 for the boys.
Moeller really starting to take charge early.
Quite the move from them. They're catching up to the guy in the other outside lane, which means they made up a lot of ground. Coming around the corners, they'll get the handoff first. Moeller is in the lead. May not look like it, but they are well ahead. See, they got a lot, like 4 guys bunched up there. 7 and 8 fighting it out together.
Springboro holding their weight.
As they'll get the
Moeller.
handoff again. Really good run here from Moeller as they are way ahead at this point. Well ahead. They might win by a couple of seconds here as they are moving down the track here as the gap continues to widen as they come around to the last leg. The anchor comes in here. Handoff and Moeller is going.
Dakota West
Gets the handoff. And we are seeing a near 50-meter lead on a 4x2 race. Moeller coming around the final stretch here. They are going to pull up in a great position time-wise.
Loveland in second, West in third, Springboro in fourth, Mason in fifth.
Mason trying to fight well in a great time. Officially 125.99, so just got under 126. What a time.
That's going to be Moeller's best time of the year so far. Came in with the 128.
Came in with the 128 in the first seed, correct? And they lengthened on that great run from them. They all got in a lot.
Results from the girls 4x2. In third
Believe
place,
that
Dakota West.
4x1 time is going to
1:42.7.
be a meet record,
Second place,
or 4x2,
Mason,
excuse me, is going to be a meet record, and yes, it is. So the Moeller Crusaders,
and in first place,
the time of
behind Lincoln with a time of
125.99 is going to break the Mason
1:40.39.
Invitational record, previously held
And that is a new
by
meet
Mount
record.
Healthy back in
Breaking
2012,
Mason's
1
previous
minute
time of 1:41.1 in
27.5.
2011. Next on the track, our first heat
Again,
of the
Loveland
girls mile.
finishing in second, Lakota West in third.
Stay tuned for our
The
Angela
Comets
Bazzari mile
finishing
later
in
on
sixth
in the evening.
at their home meet.
Before the 3,200 meter. Final call. Boys 1 mile. Again, just the first heat. Stay tuned for the Bazzari mile later on. And second call, girls 4x1. And first call, boys 4x1.
We're back here at the Mason Invitational, joined by special guest, my dad, Darren Little. He's Mason head track coach for about 6 years. But then, when I was born, I guess I gave him too much trouble. He decided to call it quits. But he's here to give us a little bit of history about the Rod Russell Mason Invitational and how this kind of got started.
Thanks, Adam. It's a beautiful night here all of you that are watching it on TV. You couldn't ask for a better night for track and field. We've already seen a few meet records broken. We're probably going to see some more records fall. But Rod Russell Invitational back in 2006, we basically
Now on track.
had an opportunity to recognize our retiring athletic director, Rod Russell. Rod Russell had served as a long-time cross-country and track coach, and basically in 1991 he ended up becoming the athletic director, and we could probably credit him with all the wonderful facilities we have here. The Mason Arena was built under Rod's tenure. Procter & Gamble donated this beautiful track during Rod's tenure, and all the great facilities we have, football, basketball, baseball, softball, lacrosse, are all because of Rod's leadership. So Rod's out there right now, Adam. He's underneath the tent, and he's still officiating. Once he retired, he took on officiating as a cross-country and track official. So Rod's still here and working in honor of the track meet that's in his name.
Yeah, pretty cool to see him in attendance.
For the boys, 4x2.
So we're off and underway here in the girls 1600 meter. Now this is not the main event. Later tonight we have the Angela Bazzari mile, but still should be a good race. And Dad, you know, maybe want to talk a little bit about Angela Bazzari.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be the men's coach when Angela was here, and Angela was a fantastic runner. She was an 8-time state champion. She won multiple cross-country titles. She won the 2-mile, I believe, every year that she was here at the high school. I think she might have been a 4-time state champion, the 3200, and she was a part of the 4x8 and the winning, the state runner-up team her senior year. So she ran along with a girl that has a lot of our hurdle records here by the name of Liana Sistrunk, and that was in Coach Affatado's early days of being the head coach, and I would argue that Angela and Liana were probably the cornerstones or the pillars that kind of helped build Mason's girls program into the powerhouse that it is.
Coach Affatato still carrying on that legacy, the head girls track coach to this day here in 2023.
Yep. Well, this we're finishing up the second lap here of the first heat of the girls 1600. You know, as a coach, you know, the first 2 laps, a lot of the girls get out, have a good momentum, the adrenaline of the race, and I think one of the keys to being a successful mile runner is what we're getting ready to see here is the third lap. Third lap is where you really gotta dig deep. It's probably the mentally toughest part of the race, and you'll probably see some girls try to make some moves on this third leg, and then obviously when you get to the last leg or the last lap, you pretty much are going on adrenaline and obviously desire to win the race. So let's see if we got any girls here making some moves on the third lap. Pretty excited about the mile run that we have later on. Got a lot of excellent male and female athletes from across the state that'll be competing in that. Got a pretty good preview of it in the 4x8. I think we might have had some girls that were maybe participating in the 4x8, so that was a pretty exciting race on the girls' side.
3:30 is passed here in the girls 1600, and you know, not a lot of, you know, the girls that are competing in the Bazzari mile not competing in this 1600.
James third base, Melissa Anderson photography, Dr. Kevin Poole and realtor
Tessa Palmer
Rohan Culbertson.
in for the
Thank you
Comets.
for helping make
Mount
this
Notre
meet
Dame currently in
possible.
the lead.
Yeah, I think the 2 Mason representatives we have in this race are, as you said, Tess Palmer and I believe Julia Upchurch. I got Julia in class. She's in my AP US History class. She's a great kid. Tess Palmer's a freshman, so those are 2 hard-working, tough kids for Mason. We just heard the gun there. This is the last lap. Want to see who ends up pulling out this race. It looks like the young lady from Mount Notre Dame is in the lead.
4.5 minutes have passed here in this first heat.
We got ourselves a good strong finish coming here. Got 3 girls kind of pushing here as we approach the last 200 meters. I think we got a young lady from Centerville that looks like she might have passed Mount Notre Dame. See if she can hold on here to win this section of the girls' mile. Looks like we got a good strong leg coming here on the back stretch. Good strong finish here. Looks like she's going to pull here in a second. Let's see if she can finish up here in the last 50 meters.
We'll see. Wait to see the official results, but I believe this is going to be Meredith Driley from Centerville.
It's a good run.
Just under 5:30.
Under 5:30 there. Looks like Fry.
Mia Fry, excuse me.
Looks like we got Shipley and Horvath from Notre Dame finishing third. Got a good strong finish here at the end. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit here. We started off the night with almost perfect weather, hardly any wind at all. Now you see the flag, it's starting to blow in from the north to south a little bit. So when they're finishing on this back stretch, they're going to start facing a little bit of wind, which makes it a little bit tougher.
Yeah, they're on the track, probably not loving the wind, but I tell you what, I don't mind it up here. Got a nice little breeze going in the press box, so I'm not complaining too much.
Yeah, when we designed Old Dwyer Field here and put the home press box facing west, it can get pretty hot here in the spring and obviously in the fall when the football season starts. It can get pretty uncomfortable up here, but we got the windows open and got a nice little breeze coming in, so it's been nice for us.
Between the 200-meter dash and the 3,200-meter run, so stay tuned for that.
Looks like they only had one section there, Adam. They must have
combined.
combined
Those.
Yeah, they must have combined those sections. The heat sheets we had said we were going to have two sections of that mile. So
next we've got the
maybe they combined this boys section too.
Yeah, sounds about right.
A great view of the track for all the events.
All right. Trying to pull up the
time here, but it looks like they haven't uploaded it. We'll wait the official results on finish timing. And for those of you tuning in at home and would like to follow along live, finish timing app powered by Miles Split, we'll have all of the action here from the Mason Rod Russell Invitational, and the gun sounds for the boys. Mile run. Still haven't updated the times yet, but we'll get those to you as soon as possible.
Those of you watching, it looks like for this section, we have Micah Smith from Springboro. We have Daniel Emmert from Centerville. Patrick Downhauer from Sycamore. Nolan Freihoff from Springboro. Lucas Melzer from Centerville. We have Jason Shue, who is running for Mason's B team. Landon Era from White Oak. Alex Bruns from St. Xavier. Maximus Manny from Cincinnati Moeller. Braden Rice from Lakota West. Alan Cardenas from Miamisburg. Cameron Bettinger from Walnut Hills. Aiden Schumacher from Lakota West. Dishabril Dembly from Walnut Hills. Brendan Stock from Kings. Blake Gibbs from Lakota East. Kevin Phillips from Cincinnati Anderson. Preston Wesley from Cincinnati Moeller. Nick Boschool from Lakota East. Luis Saucedo from Loveland. Alex Filippo from Sycamore. Robert Giller from Kings. Michael Nichols from Marlington, and then Mason's Noah Kelly.
Noah Kelly, another student you had in class.
Yeah, I had Noah in AP US history as well. He's a junior. Looks like we got a pretty good little start here.
Looks like there's an aviator in the lead.
Sycamore is the returning GMC champion. Mason's hoping to, on the boys' side, try to bring the GMC title back this year, and Sycamore's been showing a lot of depth, and obviously that young man looks like he's getting out strong, running about a 2:10 in the first 800. Like I said during the girls' race, this third lap of the 16 is always pretty important to see who can try to gain some ground. This is kind of the mentally tough part of the race. Got a nice pack there, Adam. It looks like for basically what, second through, heck, almost 8th place is kind of right there on the backstretch there. Got a pretty good tempo going.
Just over 2 minutes 45 seconds. Passed here in the mile.
Yeah, we must have a good group of milers. Not only do we have a lot of invitational kids from, you know, across the state for the Bizzarri mile, but this is a pretty good group right here. They're running some good times here as we're finishing up the third lap.
This is only an appetizer for the Bizzarri mile, so if we're seeing times like these come off the board already, can't even imagine what we're going to see tonight. But we got a new leader, St. Xavier, now in the lead.
Yeah, we're at about 3:20 here.
I believe this Evan Trapp.
So this young man, you know, if he
Alex
can
Burns,
come back, you know, under 70, he's going to be running about a 4:30. So that's pretty good for, you know, this not being our hot heat, so to speak. So this young man's running a good race. Got a young man from Centerville. Looks like he's starting to make a move here on the back stretch. Got 2 Centerville kids actually. It looks like it's tough for us to see a little bit in the sun there, facing the west. Yeah, this Centerville young man's coming here strong, Adam.
We're approaching 4 minutes left for the final 200 meters in the boys' mile run. And Sycamore has the lead.
Looks like we got a young man from
another Centerville runner.
Centerville runner third. Looks like a Loveland kid might be coming here strong at the end. He's finishing real strong here.
I believe we have a Marlington runner.
Yeah, Marlington,
in 4th.
Young man's at 4th. He's going to hold off the Loveland kid. Yeah, we got ourselves about a 4:23, 4:24 finish here. That's pretty daggone good considering this was not the hot heat.
And 4 runners finishing under 4 minutes 30 seconds, and 1 just right about there. So
yeah,
5 runners.
We could be seeing a pretty good Bizzarri mile. We just saw, like Adam said, 4 kids under 4. Actually, I lied.
Looks like they're going to give
that
looks 5th runner under 5.
Yeah, looks like we got about 5 guys under 4:30. That's fantastic. That's a great race right there. So those of you at home, like Adam said earlier, that probably was that was beyond a good appetizer. That was probably a Outback Steakhouse bloomin' onion right there.
And we'll see. I think that they're only going to do 1 heat just like the girls, so they end up combining those, and we're going to head to the girls 4x1. Gahanna, 2nd place finish at state last year. And if their 4x1 team's anything like their 4x2 team,
we have the girls 4x1.
We could potentially have another record broken tonight.
The next 2
that boys 4x1 right after. Gahanna, 2nd place too. At state last year, and Moeller in 3rd. Moeller, Sanel Bryant, Jordan Marshall, they've got some studs.
Yeah, I believe that time was
a record.
It was a meet record, 125.99. I looked up the state record. Cleveland Glenville holds the state record at 125.09. So, man, I tell you what, if Moeller can continue to polish their handoffs, and over the next, what would it be, about 4, I think we're 4 weeks away from the state meet, so they got about a month. If they can clean up their handoffs and continue to get faster, they might have a chance to get a state record. That was an impressive 4x2 team, very impressive. Handoffs were pretty clean. I'm just saying, if you perfect those handoffs, I mean, they have a chance to have a pretty nice relay team up in Columbus in about 4 weeks.
You know, they can be the death of you as well. You know, we saw in that girls 4x2, Eden Orda, Little Eagleston, a little bit of a muffed exchange, and that was all the time Gahanna Lincoln needed to pass them up and take 1st place.
Yeah, I tell you what the scary thing is about Gahana, Adam, is I didn't notice their hurdler
All clear.
in that
Entry
relay.
3 exchange zones.
So if Gahana wants to load up their 4x2 relay team by putting the defending state champion hurdler in there, they could probably even run faster.
Yeah,
So that was pretty impressive 4x2 without arguably one of their faster young ladies.
I don't even think we have to say arguably.
That's pretty good sprinters, though. All right, we've got our first heat of the girls 4x1 here. Looks like we have Ursuline in lane 2, Mason C in lane 3, Mason B team in lane 4, Sycamore in 5, Mercy McCauley in 6, Cincinnati Anderson 7, Kings in 8.
This will be one of 2 heats.
Looks like Mason's B team is the first to get the stick. Not far behind was Kings. Got another pretty good exchange by the Mason B team. They've got a pretty significant lead here on the turn. I think that might be Estelle.
Yeah, Estelle
I had
Akewoken.
Estelle in class. She's a good runner there. Got Molly Morrissey with the anchor leg. We also have our C team here coming on strong. See if we can pull it out.
Mercy McCauley
Very
made up
nice.
some ground there, but Comets
Very nice.
gonna finish first.
Up next, heat 2.
Mason B is the winner there in a time of 51.50. Looks like we have
Mason C right behind him.
Mason C must have got Sycamore there at the tape, 51.89, 51.90. Mercy McCauley fourth at 52.59. Anderson 52.61. Kings 53.27. And then Ursuline Academy 53.46.
Very close race. That's about as close as they come between second and third.
Yeah, that was a good one.
51.89 and 51.90.
We'll see if Mason's B team's time can hold up and maybe score. That'd be great to see them score at a big meet like this. Our B team has been very, very strong this year. We've gone to many invitationals across the city and actually pulled out some victories. So I would argue our B team is as good as some of the other track programs in the city. So great run by those young ladies. Here's the heat or the race we're probably looking forward to here. We got Loveland in lane 1, Walnut Hills in 2, East in lane 3. We've got Gahana Lincoln in lane 4, Mason in 5. We have Lakota West in 6, Centerville in lane 7, and Springboro in lane 8. Trying to see who we got leading off for us, Adam.
I believe it's going to be.
Can't tell if that's Nora Moore
I believe it's going to be Nora
or
Moore.
Eden
yeah.
Orr. Can't tell from here.
Yep, it'll be Nora Moore.
Okay.
Or Nora, yeah, Nora Moore.
We got the Gahana hurdler with the lead leg. So they must run her in the 4x1, not the 4x2. Looks like Gahana is going to get the stick first, but Mason's right there.
Amelia Capiello for the Comets.
We got a good one here. Those were both clean exchanges. Let's see if Mason can continue that. Looks like we got Eden Orr on the third leg.
She'll take the exchange first.
We got ourselves a tight race here. Our girls are pretty much even with Gahana at the moment. We got Abby Love finishing this leg. Oh, we got ourselves a bad exchange there.
And Abby Love's going to
take it home.
And, you know, even without that fumbled exchange, Abby Love.
Yes, I think we were going to get them. I think we were going to get them even without the bad exchange. That's big for the Comets there. 47.08. Wow, that's a fantastic time. I don't have my papers in front of me, but I think that might be Coach Affatado's best time of the year right there.
And I tell you what, this girls 4x1 team already broke the school record earlier this year.
I think we might have just beat it again.
We'll
look and wait. We'll look for the official time, and then we'll obviously announce whether or not that's a new school record.
Might be a school record, but did not break the meet record. Meet record held by Withrow, 46.9 back in 2009.
That was a state championship relay team for Withrow back then. Pretty strong
this
team.
This 4x1 team, this is more of a teen fact than not sure my dad's gonna care about this one, but you know the girl Mason team made a TikTok after their 4x1 school record went viral, had over 1 million views, and I think mainly most of that was because of the anchor Abby Loves, and her, you know, a lot of people were going crazy about the size of her quads, and she's a she's a a genetic star, and she's definitely a star for this Mason Comet team. But it was pretty funny to see them get excited about that too. Not only about breaking the school record, but getting a little bit internet famous too.
Well, I can't comment on that, Adam. You know I don't follow TikTok, but
Or as a talk tick, as you call it.
I call it talk ticking. Our students love talk ticking, so I can see Abby getting a lot of followers on that one and a lot of likes. She is a fantastic young lady, hard worker. I know if Coach Affatato was here that he'd want me to give a shout out to Coach Trent Smart. I know our girls track program has put in a lot of hard work since December working with Coach Smart, and I would think that Abby would have to admit not only is her speed somewhat genetic, but I think Coach Smart has been helping her in the strength room get stronger, and that's probably what all those TikTok people were probably talking about. She's a strong kid.
A great person on and off the track. Leads a group of middle school girls that are at our church with me. So
yeah, Abby's fantastic. I'll tell you though, I know this is only the Rod Russell Invitational, but I think that race right there, especially after the 4x2 kind of a bad exchange and Gahana beating us, I think Coach Affatato is going to be excited about that victory in the 4x1. That's going to give his girls a lot of confidence going up to the state meet, because
this could be another race we're going to see.
We'll
same
definitely
two
see
teams
that.
back up in state.
We'll definitely see that race again up in Columbus for sure.
So yeah, this Gahana team, second at state last year. I believe they have a lot of girls returning. So
they do. They're fantastic. They have a fantastic program.
Big confidence boost, as you
said. Past couple years, all you Mason fans know, we've actually played them in football as well. They have a fantastic football program. They were in the Final Four. I was kind of disappointed that their boys track team wasn't here tonight. They have a fantastic boys team as well. They must have stayed up in Columbus for a meet. It would have been nice to see their boys squad. All right, Adam, we got our first section here of the boys 4x1. We've got our Mason B team in this one as well as our Mason A. Looks like Jaden Smith just got the baton representing Mason's A team there. He's running a fantastic leg.
This race a little bit more up your alley. You're a
We just got it to Bradley Hurst Davidson. He's running a great leg, especially after having a little bit of a fall in the 110s. He's running a great race right here. And I believe, is that Jackson Yoder?
That's Jackson Yoder.
That is Jackson. Jackson's been in a boot the past couple weeks, and he's looking strong here to finish. I'm glad to see him get an opportunity to run here on senior night. And that's the best time of the year, I think, for the Comets right there. Let's see what the official time is. Oh, yeah, 44.30. Fantastic race there by the Comets. Looks like we've got Springboro in second at 44.69. Anderson 44.78. Walnut Hills 45.32. Centerville 46.28. And our B team ran a 47.24.
Tell you what, Comets might be able to place in the top 8 here.
I think 44.30 should be good enough to place here. I know we got a pretty good, we got some good teams in this hot heat here, but
up next,
I think 44.3 might be able to hold.
In lane 2, Miamisburg.
Lowest time here in this second heat, 44.43 from St. Xavier, the seed times. Now, doesn't mean they can't break that in the race.
Well, it'll also be interesting to see if Moeller loaded up their 4x1. Obviously, Tennell Bryan and Jordan Marshall were both in their 4x2. Looks like Jordan's anchoring. He's anchoring 4x1 here. West has had a pretty good 4x1 team this year as well. We've ran against them a few times. So this could be a pretty good meet here. So those of you at home watching on TV, we got St. X in lane 1. We got Miamisburg from up around the Dayton area in lane 2. Neighbor Lakota West and GMC rival in lane 3. Moeller, who's been kind of dominating the sprints tonight, they're in lane 4. We got Lakota East in 5, Loveland in 6, Sycamore in lane 7, and then Kings is in lane 8. So this should be a fun race. Do we need to get a trainer up here? All right. All right, we're getting ready to get started here in the 4x1. The gun's up. Race has started. Looks like Moeller's already making up the stagger for lane 5. Pretty decent handoff there. Looks like Moeller's already made up the stagger. They're going to run another good one here if their exchanges are smooth. I think we got West probably in second place right now, it looks like.
They're making up some ground, but won't be enough as
Yeah,
final handoff to Marshall.
We got pretty good handoffs there by the Moeller squad. West is in second. Looks like in lane 1 we've got X, Miamisburg in 4th.
I think about a 41.5.
That's a fantastic time. 41-41 for Moeller. That's a pretty dang good time for them. And not really pushed either. So obviously as they continue through the postseason and they continue to run against more competition, they could drop that time more. Based on what I see on the times there, Adam, it looks like our 44.30 would have gotten us 4th.
Wow.
So that's unofficial, but looks like what I'm seeing based on the scoreboard, the finish timing clock. Looks like we might have gotten a 4th place there.
And what was that Moeller for one time again? We potentially have a school record.
41-41.
Yeah, that's gonna be a meet record.
Meet record. Heat record was by Winton Woods from 2014. So that's a what is that, 9-year record that they just broke.
42-12 and now broken.
It's a nice leg, nice run there by Moeller. So Moeller's got themselves a pretty nice sprint squad there. They're gonna be tough to beat in our district and probably down here in Southwest Ohio totally. The next race we got here, Adam, is going to be the women's 400. Looks like we've got in lane 1, Brant from Kings, Haney from Anderson. We got Barrow from Mason B, Pinkert from Sycamore. Lane 5, Sunderman from Miamisburg. Bacchus from Kings is in lane 6, and McKnight is in lane 7. So, trying to figure out in my head here, we've had a girls 100-meter hurdle record broken. I think we've had a girls 4x2 record broken. Boys 4x2, boys 4x1. So this Rod Russell Invitational tonight has been an amazing evening. Great night to run. Beautiful weather here in Mason. We're waiting on getting this first section of the girls 400 meters. While we're waiting here, I'm going to see if I can get us an update on the overall team scores. So right now, looks like in the boys' side, I'll read the top 7 scores. Mason's in 7th at 15. West is ahead by 1 point at 16. Sycamore is 19. In 4th place, St. X 21. Loveland and Centerville are tied for 2nd right now with 27 points. And then Moeller is in the lead at the moment at 38.
Just
On the girls' side,
comments in the lead.
Looks like Gahana's we got a pretty tight race on the girls' side here, at least from fourth through
On the
second. In
track,
fourth
heat
place, we got
1 of
Gahana Lincoln
4,
at 28,
400
Centerville
meter dash heats.
35 and a half. Second place right now is Dakota West at 36 and a half, and
Boys 400
our
will
Comets
also
got a
have
pretty good
40
lead, about
heats.
22-point lead right now, 58 and a half points. So, girls are having a good showing tonight. Pretty proud of that boys 4x1 right there. Those were good exchanges. Personal best for the team there, 44-3. The official time for our girls 4x1, Adam, was 47:08. So that was one great race. We're finishing up section 1 of the 4 here. See what our times are here. It looks like Sunderman from Miamisburg will win that section of the 4. Looks like she ran a 64.78. Looks like Pinkert from Sycamore was 66.63. Bacchus King 68.52. Haney 110.09. Brandt 111.96.
Again, that's the first of 4 heats in this girls 400 meter.
I don't know if Liza ran in that one. Did she there, Adam? Looks like she must not have. She did not start. So was kind of looking for her and missed it. Great race there, and seeded 400 by McKnight from Lakota West. I've had an opportunity to watch her race a lot this year. She's a hard worker. She does a great job. She's, be honest with you, she's competed against some other people in the seeded races and some of our JV meets, and I don't know if I've seen her lose. She's a fantastic athlete there in the seeded 400. So congratulations to Miss McKnight. That's a great time there on a 400 there. Looks like we got our second section, Adam, here of the women's 400. Looks like we have Barth in lane 1 from Springboro, Blessing in lane 2 from Mercy McCauley, Ferris lane 3 from Walnut Hills, Stinson lane 4 from Springboro, Lots from Harrison lane 5, Milano from Mercy McCauley lane 6, Waddell lane 7 from North Olmsted, and then Crosby from Ursuline Academy in lane 8.
So we'll wait the gun.
Those of you watching, 400 is a
Results
tough
from the
race.
boys 4x1 relay.
You know,
In third
the
place,
strategy behind it is to
Mason,
really get
tied
out
at
of the blocks, work
44.3.
that first curve,
In second
try
place,
to build
Dakota West,
yourself some
43.92.
momentum to catapult
And
yourself
first
out of that
place
first
with
curve
a
and
new
really,
heat record,
you know, try to
Miller,
hold that
time of
speed on your
41.41.
back stretch. And then basically,
Breaking
we
white
tell our
boys
athletes,
time
once
of
you get to that 200
42.12
mark,
from
you got to,
10:14.
you got to go. And it looks like these young ladies are following that strategy. They're hitting about the 250 mark here in the lead. And then basically the last 100 is pretty much keeping your chin locked and making sure you use your arms and trying to just grit it out here. So looks like the young lady from North Olmsted, I believe,
Madeline Waddle.
is in the lead.
Mercy
Looks like
McCauley
Mercy
not far
McCall is
behind.
in second. Yep. So pretty good run there.
All girls finish under 70 seconds.
62.8 it looks like. It's a good time.
Tell you what, I'm looking in the stands right now, and I see a King's Night Runner with a Mandalorian mask on, and it kind of threw me for a curveball there. Star Wars mask.
Well, it was May the 4th yesterday, so I guess he's building off of that. May the 4th be with him. It's actually kind of sweet.
Girls 300-meter hurdles.
All right, our next section. Looks like we have in lane 1, Loader from Loveland, Trotter from Sycamores in lane 2. We have Caldwell from Lakota West in lane 3, Dorco from Anderson in lane 4, Rickert from Centerville in lane 5, Marugan lane 6 from Walnut Hills. 7 is Bostico from Miamisburg, and then we have Ebken from Ursuline Academy in lane 8. Looks like the starters getting the girls into the blocks here. And the race is beginning.
Results from girls high jump. Third place from Ursuline, Lily Roz.
No state placers last year in this girls' 400-meter dash, but getting underway.
All right, this race is going on, Adam. We should probably catch our viewers up on some of the field event results since we're not able to really get the field event kids any loving with our cameras. So we have the women's pole vault results in. Mason had a pretty good showing, as it looks like, as we have Lena Schmidt from our B team actually finishing 8th. We have Madeline Power from West finishing 7th. Andy Hansen from Ursuline in 6th. Lauren Oriano in 5th place for the Mason A team. Lauren Stamen from Mason and A team in 4th place. Isabella Oliver from Springboro in 3rd. Looks like Centerville has some good vaulters, as we had Ashlyn Reckert in 2nd and Ann Lehman winning the pole vault at 11 foot 3 inches. So pretty good pole vault showing there for the women.
Back on the track, Nishja Marugan is going to take the 3rd heat of the women's 400 for Walnut Hills.
I think we might have...
or actually, they're going to say Trotter out of Sycamore passed her up at the end.
Yeah, it looks like Trotter pulled it out there at the end. Fantastic finish by her. Let's do some men's long jump here results, Adam, while we got a chance. Looks like in 8th place, Mason's Justin Fetters, who was competing for the B team, was 8th. Braylon Newcomb from Centerville, 7th. Jackson DeBlack from Sycamore, 6th. Karsten Hobbs from Moeller, 5th. Jordan Marshall from Moeller, 4th. Dylan Schwinn from Loveland, 3rd. Mason's own Jack Olam was runner-up in the long jump. That's a personal best for him, 21 feet and 3/4 inches. So that's a fantastic jump for Jack. And then the winner with the long jump from Centerville High School was Sopulchi Anosiki. I think he's a double winner, isn't he? I think he was the winner of the 110 hurdles, if I recall.
I believe so.
Yeah, so big points there for Centerville. Now that young man, he's got already 20 points just by himself.
Here the final leg of the women's 400-meter dash.
This is the hot heat here.
Two people you're going to want to be looking for in the 4th lane for Gahanna Lincoln. Amern Chilton, she's coming in with the best seed time, 57.18, but Ava Arango, the Virginia Tech soccer commit, right behind her, 57.26. So really anybody's race here as we're off.
You're going to see some girls go under 60 seconds in this race right here. We've got some pretty good runners here. Looks like they're all getting out pretty strong here on the first 100. Looks like Ava Arango's pretty strong here. Looks like Chilton from Gahanna is looking strong too. Looks like it's going to be a battle between those two, between Arango and Chilton.
Chilton has the early lead. So we're about to round around that final 100.
Joy Ressick's coming on strong here. Let's see if she can pull out a 3rd place finish. She's starting to catch up with the young lady from West. See if the Comets can maybe go 2-3. See if Joy can finish strong.
Chilton Arango. Johnson and Rezek right behind her. We'll see if she can catch her, but it's going to be
Wow.
a big,
Good run
wide
there.
open finish from Chilton. Arango takes second.
Wow, 56-54. That's a fantastic time
It's her personal
For-
best on the season.
for a women's 400 there. So good run by Chilton.
And they're not going to give fourth place to Rezek, but she will
Oof.
stay under 60 seconds.
It's a great race
Still an
by
impressive run.
Resick. Yeah, very good run. 300ths of a second separated Resick and Johnson. Good run by Ava Arango. Finished in second in 58.75. What's her best this year, Adam? Did it say on the heat sheet there?
57.26, so not her best time on the year, but still under
Still great
60
time.
seconds, always
Yeah,
impressive.
Good time, yeah.
For the boys, 300-meter hurdles.
So those are some
and
good
first
points
call
for the Comets
the
there.
girls' 800-meter dash.
Getting second and
And
fourth, that's going to get us
Getting ready
13
for that
points to
Bizarre
Gahanna's
mile,
10. So
coming up a little bit later
that's
in
going to
the
keep
evening.
us
That'll
ahead
be
of them
after the boys'
in that
200-meter
race.
dash and
Gahanna's,
before the girls' 3200.
just so everybody knows, the way a
Get
meet
ready
is
for the
scored at
Bizarre mile.
the size of this, you score 8 people. 8th place gets 1 point. 7th place gets 2 points. 6th place gets 3 points.
4 heats
5th place
of
gets
the boys'
4
400-meter
points.
dash.
4th place gets 5 points, and then you go 6 for third, 8 for second, and then 10 points for the winner. So that's how meets are scored. We're getting ready for the first section of the 400, Adam. Looks like we have, 4 kids here running in this?
Yeah, 4 kids in the first heat. For the boys, 400-meter dash, Alexander Gary out of St. Xavier. Kempter and Apple from Sycamore, Aiden Nash from Anderson, and Kyle Creech, another Sycamore aviator. And aviators out in the lead. I believe this is going to be Kempter and Apple.
I'll tell you, Adam, one of the things I'm going to have to talk to Coach Pitcher and Coach Affatato about for GMCs and districts is I think we're going to have to move our, we're going to need to probably move our long jump bleachers. I would think if you're in lane 1, it's really hard to see the starter there. I actually kind of thought the young man from St. X kind of got an early start, but seeing where he was at, it's probably the reason why he jumped early. I don't know if he could see the starter. So we might have to move those bleachers for the next 3 weeks so the lane 1 runner can see it. Good run by the St. X young man. I think he was around 51.64. It's a good time. Creech from Sycamore was 53.76. And Apple from Sycamore was 54.43, and then Nash from Anderson was 56.08. Tell you what, that time from the young man from St. X, that might place. That could be a top 8 finish there. So that's a good run by him.
Still got 3 more heats to go. Next up is going to be Daniel Dargitz for Walnut Hills, Micah Luck for Kings, Nolan Leist for Anderson, Brian Lee for Mason, William Mansfield for Loveland, Alan White for Springboro, Nakan Saku for Walnut Hills, and Andrew Chapman for Springboro.
We've given updates on men's long jump and women's pole vault.
It's about time we head over to the barn for some throwing updates.
Yeah, let's get the men's discus throw. See how our boy Aaron Spears did.
Navy commit.
Actually, in 8th place, we have A.J. Gilman from Miamisburg. He actually went to Mason last year and returned back to his home school at Miamisburg. He finished 8th place, so congratulations, A.J. I coached him last year in football, 139.6. Ethan Long from Springboro is in 7th place. 6th place from Moeller, Richard Abihu.
Richard Obiaha.
Sorry
went to
about
Mason
that.
in grade school.
Oh, did he? Great. 5th place, John Bassich from Harrison. Looks like Aaron Spears got 4th with 147.2. Max Martindale from West was 3rd with 147.5. And then Ryan Johnson from Springboro got 154.7. And Adam, check out the discus record here. This is a pretty good throw by the young man from Centerville. Young man from Centerville by the name of Cameron Gay threw 169 feet 4 inches. That's a fantastic throw.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's going to beat Copeland's record from Fairfield back in 2005, so almost a 20-year record.
Yeah, fantastic
168,
throw.
got it by a feet.
Congratulations to Cameron
Grab by
Gay.
foot.
That's a new Rod Russell Invitational record in the discus. So 169.4, congratulations to Cameron. That's one heck of a throw out there by the barn.
So what is that, 3 records already broken, or is it 4?
I think it might be 4. I think we got the one young lady in the 110 hurdles. We've had, I believe, 4x2. Moeller's 4x1. And then obviously that discus record right there.
Looks like Jackson Yoder.
No, that's it. Is that Yoder? That's Liao, I believe.
Liao,
that's one of the Liao twins.
Yeah, Brian Liao.
Is that Brian Liao? Yes. Good job by Brian. The Mason track program has 3 Liaos. Junior Max, who will be competing in the Bazzari Mile, and then twin sophomores. You just saw Brian right there win that section in 53.22. So great job by him. Looks like Luck from Kings got 53.62. White from Burrow 53.68. Sacco, Walnut Hills. Chapman, Burrow. Mansfield, Loveland. Leist, Anderson, and then Dargotts, I believe, from Walnut Hills. So that young man from St. X, Adam, is so far in the very first section has got the fastest time so far. So good job by him. Is this our last section coming up?
No, it's our third section. So we still got one more.
Okay.
3 Mason runners. Jack Olm for the B team, and then Adam Lampy and Ankit Mady in lanes 4 and 5. Zarius Harvey, lane 2 for St. Xavier. Charlie Abate in lane 3 for Centerville. Hunter Thompson, lane 6. Vinny Dew, lane 7 for West. And Grant Bierman, lane 8 for West.
Jack Olm ran track in junior high, and he's one of our fantastic members of our men's basketball team. And his grandfather, Pat Doyle, is one of our hurdle coaches, and I think Grandpa talked him into running his senior year. And as we mentioned earlier when we announced the long jump results, Jack has been a very key addition to the men's team this year. I'm excited to see what Jack runs in the Open 4 here today. Those that are Mason fans have heard that last name Olem before. His sister Maddie was a fantastic distance runner for us at Mason and cross-country runner, and now she's currently running at Penn State. Plus his brother Josh placed in the 110 hurdles earlier tonight. So the Olems are a very athletic family. So gun is up and off. Let's see how we do here.
Yeah, and last I heard, Jack Olem walking on to play basketball at Penn State now. I know there was coaching change over the past month, so I'm not sure if that's still the case, but
I tell you what, he's running it just like I told you before the girls 400. You want to get out that first 100 and try to carry that on the back stretch, and Jack's doing it.
And he's got the inside lane, so
yes,
he's got
he does.
the advantage.
So he's chasing people, so he needs to now start really working the curve. Now it's about strength. It's a little bit of Coach Smart strength room here. Working the arms. Looks like both of our Mason kids. That's Lampy, isn't it?
That is Adam Lampy.
Adam Lampy there, and Jack Olem running strong, both of them. We got 2 Mason guys, 1-2 here.
Looks like Lampy's pulling ahead on the
Lampy's
stretch. Olem's
using
got to
his
keep
arms.
it up.
Jack's got to drive his arms a little more here on the finish. Come on, Jack. Come on, Lampy. I think
and
those might be some PRs right there. This is when you want to start running some of your better times. Yeah, we got Lampy there at 51.84. That's his best time, I believe, Adam, of the year. Jack ran a 53.18.
Now on our 4th and final heat.
So good job by our comments there, right there.
Please be ready in your zones.
That's a PR for Adam Lampy. Good run. Good run. Adam's a fantastic kid. I know a lot of people listening right now will find it hard to believe, but Adam was on our JV team last year. So he's now one of our top 400 runners, and last year he was on our JV team. So he has worked really hard, developed, and very proud of him and showing how much he's improved. So
I tell you what, more importantly, he was on my rec basketball team freshman year, and I think that's really what prepared him.
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up. You know, reliving those glory days of
there were 3 Adams on the team.
Basketball.
That got a little confusing. But here, the final Men's 400-meter heat, Section 4, Travis Mitchell in lane 1, Ben Cannon lane 2, Michael Rice lane 3 for Moeller, and 4 and 5 spots are going to be held by Lakota East J.D. Leverett and Greg James respectively. Tyler Schwinn for Loveland lane 6, Michael Gregory for Miamisburg lane 7, and a Moeller Crusader in lane 8, Drew Robinson.
This is going to be a pretty good race here. I think Schwinn, I do not believe, placed at state last year, but I do believe he might have been a state qualifier if my memory is correct. And then I know that these two young men from Lakota East, especially Leverett, he has one of the faster times locally in the 400. So this could be a pretty good race tonight. What did we say Adam ran Lampy there, Adam? 51?
I believe it was a 51.7, 51 something.
Okay, so let's see if he can place. Let's see if his time will hold up. This is technically the hot heat based on entry times. Gun is up, and we're out. And Everett's getting out pretty good. He's in lane 4 there. The young man from East. Looks like the young man from Moeller is Rice is running a good backstretch there. He's kind of made up the stagger a little bit, Adam, on Leverett, and I know Leverett runs under 50, so Rice is running a pretty good leg here. Let's see if he can continue. I know Rice was on the 4x2 team for Moeller that ran the blazing meet record time. Leverett, this is going to be a good one here, Adam. We got Rice and Leverett battling, and it looks like James from East is going to actually maybe have the stronger finish potentially. He's using his arms there to finish.
It's neck and neck between Rice.
Great race. Great race.
Rice and James. We'll see who they give it to.
Yeah, from where we're at, it was pretty close.
They're going to give it to Rice.
So Rice from Moeller, 49.30.
A little bit of a surprise there.
Yeah, great run. And then it looks like we have James from East, 49.42, Leverett, 49.90. So 3 sub-50 400s. That's pretty good times right there. Getting themselves ready for the postseason. East probably has a pretty good 4x4 there if they got two young men that can break 50. So might be fun to watch Lakota East's 4x4 team tonight if they got two other kids that can run low 50s. They could put themselves in a pretty good time there, maybe low 320s.
Well, that's going to wrap things up here for the boys 400-meter dash, and I think we're going to go ahead and give you a break, Dad. But thanks again for
thank you.
Coming
this was
on.
Fun, and obviously during football season, I'm in the press box calling plays and enjoy listening to you and Andrew normally call our football games, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to call some of the track meet. I enjoy supporting all our young men and women here at Mason, and obviously this has been a fun night watching them, and I think it's going to continue to get better, especially as we get to the Bizarre Mile. So I thank you guys for letting me come on and crash the Mason Sports Radio party.
All right, well, thanks for coming on. We're going to hand things back over to Caden Winship. Next up, we got the women's 300-meter hurdles. And again, Camden Bentley, we saw her break the Rod Russell Invitational meet record in the 100-meter hurdle earlier. She's going to be looking to do the same in the 300. State champ last year. So I think we could see another record coming off the books here, Caden.
Absolutely. I mean, lots of records have been broken already, so definitely seeing a lot of fast runners come through here. So great to see another record broken. This has been a really, really fast, really, really good meet so far. We'll see even better things with the Bizarre Mile coming up. We're going to see a lot of great things coming from the next couple of races.
We have 4 heats of this.
Boys high jump is up to 5 feet 10 inches. Boys high
event.
jump up to 5'10".
3 runners.
Next on the track,
Section 1,
girls
Morgan
200
Robinson from
hurdles.
Springboro, Caroline Bode from Kings and Marie Holsey for Mercy McCauley. And I'm actually taking a look here at the at the heat sheet, and I do not see Camden Bentley's name for the 300-meter hurdle. So
Is there only one heat or for?
there's 4 heats, but it looks like they're gonna end up using her in those relays. I think she ran out of events.
Possibly, maybe she's in one of the, so maybe she's gonna be used in a much more
Or in a sprint event. Yeah.
much more sprint heavy event.
But we'll see.
Yeah, got a
And who
great
knows?
runner. You have to make sure
Could
you don't
just
run
be an
them in.
error on the
Yeah,
heat sheet too.
possibly, but I mean, you don't want to run your best runner in 5 events. That could hurt someone. Yeah, you don't want to hurt your runner right near the end of the season when they could be doing some great stuff heading into the postseason. You got your conference championships, your states and regionals and districts, all that. You need to have your runner ready for those.
Yeah, beautiful afternoon. Well, I guess evening here at Dwyer Field.
Been
Just
really
saw
nice.
that sky shot. We'll wait when the sunset happens. Tell you what, there's not a better spot in Mason than Dwyer Field to watch a sunset.
Great day, nice wind, low 70s, high 60s. Been a great day for running. We've seen a lot of PRs because of it. You know, the sun's been out all day long. Not many clouds out here, so definitely a great day for running. See them set for the hurdles soon. They're getting ready and taking a couple of jumps to get going and get warm.
And a little bit less action here at the Mason Schools facility as the softball game now over. Final score 16-2. Comets took down Middletown Midi, so 2 back-to-back big wins
Absolutely.
for the Comet softball team. 18-0 last night against Coleraine, and now 16-2 against Middletown.
Really good team over there. I mean, that one, I think they're right up next to Hamilton for third. If Hamilton were to lose today and tomorrow, they would tie them in third, which would go down to either head-to-head or conference or overall record, which I'm not positive on. But Mason could be in third place heading into the postseason for softball.
Yeah, Mason softball team got a lot of young talent. Freshman Anna Polka pitched last night. Sophomore Alicia Fox, their ace. So looks like they're still adjusting the hurdles a bit, but they're about ready to get going.
A little bit of a dry spot here is still trying to make sure everything's set, ready, and in the right order. No hurdles are off in the wrong spot. All that's all well and good.
It's going to be Glago, Washington, Walker, Malfidi, Carlin, Strasburg, Wright, and Moeller in lanes 1 through 8 for this first heat.
We got Mason in lane 3. Walker is going to be running this one. We'll see. They're getting on their marks, and after a little bit of a pause, get ready. Always a pretty big gap in between the hurdles because you got to make sure everything is in the right order. Everything's working correctly, but here we are. And they're set. And they're off. Buzzer goes, and we got long hurdles ahead. It's always tough because you got to jump and like sprint. It's really taxing on the body. Really tough race here. You see a lot of slowing down, speeding up. You got to pace it right because it feels more, instead of like a 300, it feels more like a 400. You got to make sure you make up for that.
Looks like Malfidi for West is in the lead.
Looks back for a second. Don't do that. ahead just a little bit, but it's really hard to get over the hurdles. You have to focus a lot of your energy on that near the end because you're already tired.
Strasburg coming
Getting
up right
over
behind her. I
maybe a wee. That one's close. Caught up at the end.
do believe it's still going to be Malfidi,
Strasbaugh
though.
almost got there at the end, but Malfatti might have gotten it.
Wait the official results.
See, it's taking a little bit to load. Malfatti will win by a 1/10 of a second against Strasbaugh. A really close 52-27. Barely beats out Strasbaugh at a 52.37. And Mason comes in last on this during this event with a. They didn't run it, so no time there. We got the next heat coming in.
Be ready for when the girls 300-meter hurdles concludes.
Next heat. Girls 300-meter hurdles.
In lane 1 we have Cogliano from Anderson, and lane 2 we have Jessup Aiken from Centerville. Lane 3 is Fury from Ursuline. Lane 4 is McCaster from Mason. Lane 5 Kovacs from Harrison. Lane 6 Brunette from Loveland. Lane 7 Up from Walnut Hills, and lane 8 Bell from Springboro. And they're off. The buzzer sounds.
McCaster, the #1 seeded time here in this third heat. She's off to a great start here in that
Up ahead.
fourth lane.
They might be able to get a win here. This one's going to be close, but I think that she has the advantage here. Getting over those hurdles really quickly. A great runner.
McCaster, huge lead.
McCaster way ahead of everyone else. Coming around this last little bit, and we're gonna see Caster come out with most likely to win.
Kovacs closing up a little bit of ground though, but it will be McCaster.
With that last hurdle, will cross the line in under 48 seconds. What a great time there. That one was a really good time. 47.54, which is about 2 seconds ahead of everybody else. Just under 2 seconds ahead of Kovacs of Harrison.
And that's going to be McCaster's best time on the year so far. She came in with a 47.93, but dropped that down to a 47.54.
Great race there. So we're gonna head to the third of 4 heats. Might take a little bit, but we're gonna be.
I believe it's actually the 4th heat now.
4th?
Yeah.
3 or 4, whichever one that is. I think we got that one. You're getting in on their marks, settling into the blocks. Gun goes off, and digging in, we got 2 Masons in, 1 in lane 2 Hartley and 1 in lane 4 Eagleston. A couple of other teams being represented: Sycamore, Lakota West, Lakota East, Loveland, and another Sycamore. They're coming around here.
And Caitlin Pham placed 9th at state last year. Lily Eagleston.
Pham seems to be just in the lead here, but
Eagleston came into this race with the best time, neck and neck.
Eagleston just ahead here, trying to gap here. It's going to be close. It all depends on this last hurdle, really. Eagleston getting way out ahead. That's a really good end right there. Saved it all for the finish and got ahead with the win. That one's even faster.
I think she might finish under 45 here.
Just above. 45.19. Great time from Eagleston. Just over a second ahead of Pham. And
Hartley comes in 4th for the Comets. Pham 2nd. Connor 3rd for Centerville.
Great race there from the Eagleston. As we have the boys heat up, I believe. There they gotta raise the raise the hurdles. Hurdle crew coming out. Fix it. We got Wiseman in lane 4. Wiesman in lane 4 from let me see, Moeller, I believe, and King from Springboro, and Skirl from Kings here in 4, 5, 6. 3-person heat here.
4 total heats for this boys 400-meter hurdle. This hurdle crew starting to make their way off the track.
Getting it all set. That's why you gotta really try to get ready for this like time. When your first heat in one of these ones, you gotta make sure you're ready, because you got a little bit of time in between. You have to make sure everything's going right for you. You have to fix these hurdles, make sure everything's all good. The change between the girls and the boys is probably the longest time you'll get, no matter what, unless you're changing full events. One of these, you gotta get the mindset right to run these, because you gotta make sure you plan it out. Because if you don't get over a hurdle, it's gonna be a little bit rough. The buzzer goes off. They're out to a start. Almost simultaneously jump over the first couple of hurdles, and it seems that King is going to stay a little bit ahead, possibly. Oh, this one's gonna be close around the corner. Wiseman might be able to take this one. Just ahead in the hurdles. Yeah, this one's gonna be close at the finish, but it's gonna be between King and Wiseman. Real close. I think Wiseman's gonna be able to hold it out. Maybe be able to sprint the last little bit out, and yes, they're gonna have. And he's gonna get win that heat. The time of 46.77. No, that was King. My bad. King won it with a 46.77, and Wiesman won with a 47.17. Wow, I thought Wiesman had the lead. I guess King beat him out at the end. Maybe there's something up with that. Maybe I didn't have the best angle on that one, but nice shot there. Just beat him out at the end.
Second heat now.
This one is, I believe, full 8, isn't it? Yep. We got Paul in lane 2 from Springboro, Salinas from Centerville in lane 3, Barry from Moeller in lane 4, Braxton Moore from and Mason in lane 5, Baxter from Anderson, Stanyard from Anderson, and Carmody from Sycamore. As they're getting set to run this one. Gun goes off. They're away. Pardon me, that might have been.
It looks like Moore's not running this.
Yes, it does.
For Mason.
We might be having a couple of people not running this. It looks like it's only 5, not a full set. Yeah, no, you're right. They have 7, and I only see 5. So yeah, 2 people did not run it. I don't know who. I think it was one of the Anderson and Moore, as they have a couple of lanes open. But yeah, this one's between
Victor Salinas and
Centerville and
Gavin Barry.
Barry and Salinas from Moeller, and that one's gonna be maybe around a 44, maybe just under. We'll see. 44.22 from Barry.
It's gonna be Barry's best time of the year.
And
drops his time about
Salinas
0.2 of a second.
Under a second behind. Great run there. As we do see that a couple of guys did not run this race. It was Moore and Paul. They both decided not to run in this. As this next upcoming one's got a Gaye from Lakota East, Murphy from Miamisburg, Honeywell from Miamisburg, Sarver from Loveland, Wiles from Lakota West, Drake from Lakota West, Goshorn from St. X, and Stobbits from Kings. A full 8, unless someone decides not to start. And oh, someone false started. The gun goes off twice.
We're gonna check out the replay. The very outside lane, we see that false start.
Right there from the very far outside lane, which I believe is Kings.
Austin Stobbits.
I don't see him out there. He got DQ'd for it, I believe. Stobbits unable to run this one. Started way early. His front leg went forward a little bit too soon. Now he's gone.
Third heat now, about underway. Second time after the false start. Gun sounds.
No,
And we're off.
This one's not false start, so we got a real race here. Let's see what happens. We got a pretty much in sync first jump. Love to see that. It's one of the most entertaining things. Y'all see one boing at the same time. It's pretty fun to look at. Here we are, seeing around the corner. I think maybe lane 2, Murphy from Miamisburg might have the lead here. It's gonna be close with
He's neck and neck with Drake from
Wiles from
Lakota West.
And Wiles, I think, has the advantage, but it's gonna be close. Depends on this final little bit right here. I think Wiles is gonna win.
After the final hurdle, Wiles is gonna take it. Murphy from Miamisburg takes second place. We'll wait to see the rest of the results.
Heat 4 of 4 of the boys 300-meter hurdles. So hurdle
We'll
crew,
see.
be ready to remove the hurdles
Wiles
from the track
will
after the conclusion.
maybe we'll probably Wiles with
This
a
heat.
42.73
High jump up to
comes
6
in.
1.
Behind him, Murphy with a 43.8118. Pardon me. And Lakota West gets their second finisher in with a 43.77. Great time there. Great times there.
Fourth and final heat now. Athletes starting to make their way to the blocks. Lane 1.
Well, I hadn't loaded. It hasn't loaded
We'll have
yet for us.
Mahir
On the
Majani,
board.
Mason B. Traves Tideswell, lane 2 for Lakota East. Sycamore, it's Aiden Barker in lane 3. Spolchi and Saki for Centerville, lane 4. Coming in with the fastest seed time of 39:23. Gavin Orth in lane 5 for St. X. Bradley Hurst Davidson for the Comets. Lane 6, Braden Wapel. Lane 7 for Loveland, and Josh Olam in lane 8 for Mason.
3 Mason kids running in this one. It's always entertaining. You see a lot of Mason kids running in this one. A lot of fast Mason runners. And in these hurdles, we got a lot of hurdlers. So it was good to see these guys all run and see what happens here. Gun goes off. Couple of got one in the outside lane, one in the inside lane, one in lane 6. So we'll monitor those Mason kids around this corner.
Good start for Anasuki in lane 4. He's making his way around. Hurst Davidson had a good start too. So they make their way near the 100-meter mark. It's going to be Anasoki in the lead. Fourth from St. X right behind him.
Hurst Davidson did not run this one. Did not run. I don't see him. It seems that Anasoki will finish this one just ahead and
right under 40 seconds.
Wow, that's really good. And Hurst Davidson did not run in this race, so we will only have 7 finishers.
Please help remove the hurdles. Put the hurdles back down.
We'll see. Suzuki officially under 40 seconds, 39.69.
Great time there, and
Orth almost got it, 40.20.
Suzuki with a PR probably there because he was not ranked in the 1 seed. Orth was, so
Yeah,
definitely
Orth
beat
PR
him out
by
there.
800ths of a second, so
And
right around his.
And a CK, definitely a great time there. Beat his PR by a little bit, didn't he? So great run there from him. Got. Oh, Hurst Davidson did finish. No, maybe he did. I couldn't read the time. It was showed up there for a split second. It might be incorrect. But he did not run. But yeah, all those guys under 43 seconds. You can see really fast heat here. Mason finished 4 and 5 in this heat, and they were right next to each other at the end.
Boys 400. In third place from Lakota East with a time
So
of
that will be the
49.9.
last
JD Rivera from Lakota East.
boys
Second
300
place,
meter
also from
heat.
East,
So now we're
with
moving
a
on to
time
the
of
girls 800 meter
49.42,
dash, and we've
Brett
got
James.
one
And
state
in first
title
place
or
from
state
Mola,
placer
with a time
from
of
last year's
49.3, Micah Rice.
OHSAA
And in the girls
state meet.
300 meter
Maddie
hurdles, in third place from
Conacher from
Centerville,
Loveland.
with a
She
time of
placed fourth last
46.41,
year.
Savannah Connor. In second place from East,
That's
Caitlin
well,
King,
800 is
time of
always one of the most
46.23.
eventful
And first
events
place
we
from
got
Mason,
here.
Lily Eagleson,
Lots of
with a time
movement
of
happening, and it's
45.19.
really quick yet long. So you get to see like it's perfect middle zone if you want to see a long distance event and a sprint. It's really good for you. We will see here. First heats, we got 16, maybe more. I can't tell if it's gonna load through yet. 16 runners from this in this one, so 2 in each lane. We'll see. We got one Mason runner in lane 7, Dvorak.
This is going to be the first of 2 heats in the women's 800. Girls make their way to the starting line. Will be a staggered start with two runners in each lane.
Always got to get ahead of that runner in your lane, because if you don't, you're going to be stuck behind someone for in the 800, 300 meters, and you really don't want that, because it's not favorable if you start out slow and you're faster than the runner you're next to. It's really tough for you to get around them with not much breathing room in the lanes. So definitely got to get out to a fast start during these several people per lane starts, because as soon as you get ahead of someone, you take that inside part of the lane.
Gun sounds, and we are underway in the first heat.
16 runners in this heat, so we got a lot of people to follow.
From girls shot put. In third place, Lakota East, throw of 37 feet, 4.5 inches, Peyton Woody. In second place from
They're all
Loveland,
the
Sophia
big group there at the beginning.
Katkiewicz, 37 feet, 11.5 inches.
You got
And
I
first
believe
place from
that looks
Mason,
like a Kings runner
Andrew
up
Burt,
ahead, maybe.
with a mark of 40 feet, 6 inches.
First 300 meters underway.
Oh, here comes a West is ahead here. And no, that was Centerville. That was ahead. Pardon me. West ahead in first, Centerville in second. And from there it starts to stretch out a bit. But third place hanging on tight.
Dakota Stockton, if you are still here in the stadium, we have your badge. Dakota Stockton, if
So
you are
Maddie
here,
Asher in the
please
lead, but
come to the press box
coming up
to
right
retrieve
behind
your
her,
badge.
Alex Smith
And they got
from
one
Centerville.
more lap. Everyone coming around. Everyone coming around in under 80 seconds. So it's pretty close together. Like no stretching out just yet. We do have a top 2 starting to edge out each other. It's Centerville and Lakota West. We have a great run, great race here from those 2. They're back and forth.
Yeah, Asher and Smith trading ways, and I believe Smith's going to pass her up here.
Hanging right there. You get past, you just got to hang on just for a little bit longer, especially when you're almost there, because you might be able to pass him in the final kick. You got to start your kick now, though, because you need to start building up that speed sooner. So you got to start to, like put your foot on the gas and go. We'll see what happens here as I see Centerville start to pick it up.
Final 100
West trying to go to
meters.
the outside. We got 4 people right next to each other. West overtakes. West coming around the corner, coming around the outside, is now on the final stretch. She's gonna get the lead here, and she's gonna start to stretch it out. A good final kick. Exactly what she needed to do there once past around the 200-meter mark, and she will finish with a time of about 2:28. Everyone else comes in at around just under 2:30, I believe. That's a great race there from the top 4 runners. As yes, 2:28.02 from Asher. Great race. 2:29.02 for Lambert, as
So Maddie Escher
Centerville
Now on the
got
track,
passed
Heat
by
2 of the
Springboro at the
girls
last
800.
second. Smith finishes just 5/100ths of a second behind, and we got a lot of times coming in. 4 people under 2:30. A great race there for them.
ultimately it will be Maddie Asher from Lakota West Firebirds taking home first place in the Open, and this time it's safe to say would be a pretty good time in the next heat too. Anytime you run under 2:30, you know it's a good race.
Absolutely, it's always you gotta find like those little benchmark numbers that are like 15s and the 30s and the 45s and the zeros. You always want and they're really good times. You always want to try to break those because that really is a big separator. Like getting under a 5-minute mile, that's a really like getting in those 4s for the mile. Big big gap there. Really looks better when you have a 4 next to your name than a 5. You know, and getting into the teens, getting under 15 for like a certain race or this and that. It's really interesting, especially in these long distance events where seconds are really how you get PRs, not little tenths of a second. So definitely good to see.
Next heat almost underway again. We've got that 8-lane staggered start with 2 in each lane. Katie mentioned earlier, got to get out to an early advantage here.
15 now. One person's by themselves in lane 8, I believe. That is almost a blessing. You don't have to worry about anybody on your back until the 300-meter mark. Still want to start out fast, though.
In this race for the Comets will be Carly Condit
Boys high
and Abby
jump is
Slife.
now up to 6'2".
We're underway.
Now we're
First
getting
100
a
meters
little bit
down.
closer to the Bazzari mile. That is coming up after the boys 200-meter dash. So
Slife ran the
start
4x8
getting ready for the
earlier
Bazzari
today.
mile coming
Yeah.
up in just a
She ran
few
the
events.
4x8 earlier today for the girls and is now running the 800 a little bit later, more in the evening. So the first race of the day, and now starting to head towards the back. She's probably all rested and ready to go, and she seems like she's out to a huge lead here. Maybe she's up with the people in lane 1. She has jumped ahead in lane 7, coming around.
Loveland Tiger coming around. Looks like she's going to pass up Carly
Slife
Condit.
trying to get over and get in first. She's going to hang around with that pack. 2 Masons right next to each other, and they're hanging on. It is real tight up there. Oh, somebody's going to take a big jump here. Who was that? Is that, shoot. Maybe we'll see on the way around. Big jump there and took first place all of a sudden. And now we have a lead runner that just came out of nowhere from middle of the pack. It seems to be getting past now. Maybe too gutsy of a move. Too much energy wasted there.
I believe that was Dona Barr from Miamisburg, and now we've got still a very tight race past 400-meter mark.
It's a big pack up there. I have no clue who's going to win this one. They're all real close. It's really anyone's here. All really even.
Slight falling behind a bit for Mason.
Everyone, seeing a speed up here around. There's a top 4 pack here, and there's a 5 hanging around. That are all hanging around. Anyone in this top group could win it here. It just depends on how good your kick is.
Condit's out with an early lead.
This kick is a good one.
Tomiak.
I think spreading the gap here. I think she's gonna win it. What a great race here. Fought all the way through.
Tomiak from Gahanna Lincoln getting past for second and third. She's going to fall to fourth, but Carly Condit's going to take
under
the
2:19.
800-meter dash 2:19 for the junior.
That was a great race. You really stuck with the people who were going ahead in the beginning and then just kicked it at the end. A 2:18.75 for Condit. And Zanatelli only less than a second behind at 219.51. Lots of great races here. They're all really tight through that 2 through 5 area. I mean, only barely a second separates them. So
yeah, in that last 150 meters, Tomanak, she had the lead, but ends up falling down to 4th place. Couldn't get the last second kick.
And Slife falls down to 10th. Had a great start, but couldn't finish through. And comes in with a 2:23, I believe I saw.
But that's still going to be that's going to be a personal record for Slife. So beats her time by 2 seconds. Now, boys 800 meter dash will be up next.
We have 2 heats of this, Stu. I see 2 people in each lane, so yes, I do believe we probably will have another 2 heats. 31 girls came in through for those 800 meters, combining both the 15 and the 16 from both races. And this time we will have a total of 15 runners in this race, so maybe we only have 15. I do not, however, see any Mason runners in this race, so we probably will have another another event. Another heat, my bad. Pardon me. Yes, we do not have any Mason runners in this one, so we will see who wins this one.
About to get underway. Staggered start for the boys 800.
Won't see any blocks here. It's the 800. You kind of just want to start from the top and standing. There we go. We'll see a big jump there. We'll see who gets out to a hot start. Seems in lane 1, no one can get around each other. They're both kind of hanging around. See, guy in lane 8 seems to be way ahead. Always hard to tell because of the staggered start, but you really don't know. He seems like he has a big jump over everyone else though as he comes around the corner. Well, I guess we'll find out as soon as we get to this 300-meter mark whether or not he's in first. Oh, I think the guys in lane 1 have caught up to him. Lane 1 was going out real hard. Yeah. So we're going to see both guys from lane 1 are way ahead right now. Definitely a couple stride lengths. And we got like maybe 10 meters ahead. They're both fighting with each other. 2 guys out to the lead.
Nearing 60 seconds as
first
400 meters is underway.
That is, I believe that is Trap from Westfall ahead, or in one of that top 2, and possibly, I can't tell. Is that Springboro ahead, or is it? It's hard for me to tell. The sun glare is really bad. So. All right, let's see. Couple at 2 ahead right now, and it seems like those 2 are going to be fighting out. We'll see who finishes first out of those 2.
Nearing the final 100 meters. Tight race ahead.
Big race. And seems like we're going to see a big kick here as the gap seems to start to spread. And we will see a finish here around 2 flat. What a fast time. That is.
It's going to be Divine from Walnut Hills.
Divine.
And it will be, yeah. 2 minutes 93, 2 minutes flat, 0.93. Trap from Westfall, 2 minutes 2 seconds.
Just like hit that 2 flat mark. That's real fast. He got under 60 in that first lap and basically just kept that pace. That's really hard to do on that 800. So really, really amazing race from him. So that's one of the fastest times I've seen in a little while.
Again, this is only the first heat, so we got.
Maybe we'll see a 1 next to someone's name here upcoming. So we'll see. We got a couple of Mason guys in here. I think it's
It's going to be Brendan Road, Charlie Cooper,
Charlie Cooper,
and Max Greco for the Comets.
Greco.
And,
So Greco's sophomore, Rose is junior, and Cooper is senior. This is senior night here for him.
and Divine broke his PR by 3 seconds.
Real fast time there. So we'll see. They're getting set. Staggered start. I see that we got, I think Rowe and Cooper are both in the same lane, yes. So we have 2 Masons in the same lane. Greco, I believe, is on the outside. Yeah, Greco's near the outside. I think he's in lane 6 or 7. I believe it's, yeah, 6. Now you can see him walking out. And oh, we have another Mason runner, Keith Newberger. He's also running.
Second heat just
Maybe
about underway.
That's not Greco. That's Newberger, I believe. Yeah. Pardon me. No, Greco is running. He's in the outside lane. Me.
Jaden Thompson coming into this race, number 1 seed time out of Harrison, 1 minute 56. And again, gonna have to factor in some of the Comets not running their top runners who are competing in the Bazzari Mile. Max Liao, no big 800 runner, not competing in the 800, trying to focus in on that Bazzari Mile.
One of the biggest events, so you definitely gotta focus on that one, not waste any of your energy elsewhere. Here we are, 4 Mason guys here. We'll see who can get, who can lead Mason's charge here. And Greco seems like he's out to a great start in lane 8.
Could be hard to kick his way in on that.
Around the corner.
Around the corner.
You really need to lean your shoulders, go with the corner. It helps you keep your speed. And it seems to be doing that really well. He's staying strong, but guys in lane 1 are going pretty quick.
And it is going to be Thompson out of Harrison with the early lead, but not far behind him. Schweiderman from Miamisburg.
This one's close. Rowe. There's a 4-person Mason line there as Rowe's making a move, and so is Cooper. They're all following each other. They're right behind each other, and they're all making moves here. Really good teamwork here. All under 58. They're coming around the outside. Rowe made it to the inside. He's in 4th. Cooper's in 5th, and Greco and Newberger both fall in 6th and 7th, and they are all racing, trying to get up there.
Thompson.
Trying to get a 4-person team win here, as it is very possible.
Thompson getting passed by Schweiderman here, but he's able to regain the lead. Rowe in 4th. And Weston Blair out of White Oak in 3rd, just like the seeding suggested, but we'll see if that plays out down the final stretch.
Rowe has a really good kick. We might see him make a move here. He might win this one. He's in a great spot. Charlie and Keith are both right next to each other, and Greco's right behind. This is really good. We'll see what Rowe's coming around hard here.
Thompson, the final 100 meters, he's in the lead. We'll see if she can hold off Schweiderman. It's going to be a neck-and-neck race.
Rowe's fighting for 3rd here. This one's up neck-and-neck at the top 2. All Mason's going to come in at 3 spots, and around 56. That's a really good time. That's got to be a PR for a couple of people, yeah.
Thompson will take 1st place. Schweiderman right behind him.
Thompson with a time of under 56, 155.98. That's even faster than the previous times, as it goes 155 for Thompson. We got Schweiderman's got a 156.25. And Newberger comes in 4th as he barely passes Rowe and Cooper with a time of 157.01. And Cooper comes in right behind him, 500ths of a second behind. Rowe comes in with 700ths of a second behind Cooper. And this was a really, really close race. Everyone was all up there within a couple seconds of each other. Greco comes in just under 2. At a 159.96, so I'm pretty darn sure that's a big PR for him. Great job by the sophomore. Here we are. A couple of guys did not run that, but great race there as we are preparing for the next event, which is hold on a minute. Andrew, what's next? 200 is the next event. Sorry for that. After that, I believe, is the Bizarre Mile. Then the 32, then the 4x4, and we will be done with this great Rod Russell Invitational here at Mason High School. Anyway, here we are, still setting up for that 200. Got to make sure everyone's ready, and one of the things you got to get down the infield, make sure everything's ready, make sure everyone's paying attention. It's sometimes needed, sometimes not. Depends on what's going on around the track. So we will see, but we got a lot. We got the girls 200 preparing here. Let's see, they're getting ready to start here in the 200 women's 200 meter dash. Setting the track for it, making sure everything's ready. It's taking a little bit, so a little bit of dead space here between the 800 and the 200. But we will be paying attention to this upcoming 200 meters. We got a couple of heats here. We got Smith running for Mount Notre Dame, Rubel running for Kings, Stargill for Sycamore, Boro for Mason, McKinney for Miamisburg, Wiesman for Ursuline, Schroeder for Kings, and Haney for Anderson. Full 8 lanes. Let's see if they all start. I cannot tell from here, so.
That is the next event, the 200-meter dash.
They're starting to get on their marks and set. They're getting into their blocks to run this one. They're off. As they're all going around, and they did not have everyone start. There's only 6 people running. 2 of them did not run this one, but here we are. And oh man, this one's a tight. This is a 3-person tight race between Kings Anderson and Sycamore. It is going to be Kings, maybe Kings or Anderson. I could not see Anderson at the end, but it will be Anderson with a time of 27.9, so under 28 there. It was a good race there from Haney, and we had the 1 and 6 spot not racing this one. Mason finishes with 30.09.
We look forward to a great race.
And we got another heat coming here for the women's 200 meter dash. All right, we're getting set. Got to prepare for this race. Pardon me. We got Hamilton for Mercy McCauley. We got Wilkerson for Walnut Hills, Smith for Springboro, Jordan for Anderson, Ivory for Sycamore, McVeigh for Ursuline, Disher for Centerville, and Matlack for East. As we are out to a run. Here's coming around, and at near the 100 meter mark, it seems that
After the 200-meter dash
Wilkerson is in the lead, and Hamilton did not run this one. It is going to be close between Wilkerson and Smith, and it will be Smith comes out to an advantage here and comes in with a 27, around 27, with 27.12. Smith's able to beat out Wilkerson, who runs a 27.20. So a great time there from both of them. And Jordan from Anderson comes in just behind, and so did Matlack. So a really close top four, as they were neck and neck from 27-12 to 27-44. So not much time separating those three. Here we are running the third heat of the women's 200-meter dash. Sauer for Loveland, Drescher for Springboro, Scarborough for Lakota West, Hawkins for Mason, Bostico for Miamisburg, Killens for Mason, Still for East, and Hamilton for Mercy McCauley.
Yeah, Tori Killens, that's going to be a name you're going to want to keep in the back of your head. She's been a breakout star for the Comets this year.
They're off.
Varsity runner in 5 different events throughout the year so far.
Just a few more heats of the
She was the 4th finisher at the state indoor state meet for the 400-meter dash.
She's ahead here, by a little bit. Also with Mason, also with Hawkins, they're both ahead. It'll be close, but I think Killens is gonna get it with Hawkins in second. It's a great race here. She will come in under,
just around 26.
Yeah, just around 26. So we'll see what the time says. Just under 26 at 25.98. Great time there, and Hawkins able to finish with a 26.45. So 2 great times from Mason there, as they take both 1 and 2 in this heat.
Yeah, and that's going to be her PR on the year so far. 26.47 was her time coming into this, and just under 26 today.
Almost a half-second PR, just under a half-second PR. Great time there. As you will see, I believe one last heat of girls possibly. I can't.
Yeah, one last heat. This is going to be a good one. We've got Abby Love for Mason in the 5th lane. Right in front of her, Keena Sanders in lane 4 out of Gahanna Lincoln, and Camden Bentley, we talked about her earlier.
Bentley
did not run in the 300-meter hurdles, saving her for this 200-meter dash, trying to, it's potentially a strategic move, try to not only gain some points, but also take some points away from star runners like maybe Abby Love or Heaven Willis out of Lakota West. So we've got just a loaded lineup here.
A great runner here, Bentley, and we may see some sort of PR, some sort of record broken if she's able to get it going here. As we have Moore from Mason also running.
Don't forget about Mackenzie Givens either. She's in lane 6. She placed 9th at the state meet last year. We didn't even mention her name, so star-studded lineup here.
Great looking racers here. Like we got
200-meter dash record, 24:33 in the Rod Russell Invitational. So we'll see if one of these girls is going to be able to top that. Girls getting near the blocks.
Getting all their blocks set and ready. Get prepared for this good race.
Take a look at the team standings here so far in the Rod Russell Invitational. For the girls, Mason in the lead by a very large margin. They've got over 100 points so far, sitting at 105.5. Centerville in second place, 44.5, and the gun's underway.
And only 6 runners running here. 2 stepped out, and I believe one of them was Bentley's running in lane 3.
So Abby Love versus Bentley is going to be.
It's going to be close. It's going to be this is neck and neck. This one's going to be a real close one.
Love has the quick advantage. About 50 meters left to go. Love's chugging. 23 seconds. Can she get under 25? She does.
This one's it. Oh, this one's gonna go to the board. Love wins with a 25.05. So just did not break 25. Bentley only 0.16 behind her at 25.21. And Moore came in with a 26.03, which might be a PR for her. Great times there all around, as we had Sanders and Gibbons not start here.
And that's going to be huge. Abby Love taking the #1 spot. And curious to see what happened to Keena Sanders. She was the #1 seeded runner coming into this women's 200-meter dash, but Comet fans are not complaining as Love's going to take it. Bentley in second place right behind her. She almost caught her at the end, but Abby Love stayed strong.
We have 3 runners here in this start to the men's 200-meter dash. We have Roska from Sycamore, Friedrich from Sycamore, and Pham from Lakota East. So only 3 guys here. We'll definitely see a lot more, as there's probably likely another 3 heats after this one.
Yeah, we're gonna have 4 heats for this. Dominated by Moeller in that final heat. Lamont Cox coming in, best seed time 22:28. So he can fly. But first heat almost underway.
They're getting
Roska in
set.
lane 4, Frederick in lane 5, Pham in 6. And we are off.
At this time,
I'll start.
the pole vault has been raised
Seems
to
that Roska's
13
got a big advantage here as he's coming around the stretch. He's got a little bit of a lead.
The pole vault has been
I think.
raised
Oh
to
yeah, he's gonna win
13
this one
feet.
big time.
Just a few
Long leg
meters
strides are
left.
gonna get him the win here. This one's gonna be close.
Slowing down a bit at the end. Pham
I
catching
think
up,
he's still gonna win.
and he will. Pham's
Around
going to take second place.
2-3, probably around the 2-3-2. Yep, 2-3-2.2326. So great time for Roska, and Pham beats out Friedrich by only a little bit, by 0.07 of a second. 23.97, 24.04.
Second heat just about underway.
We got 7 runners in this one. No one in lane 1. We have Cooper from Walnut Hills, Patterson from Springboro, Brandon from Anderson, Burke from Anderson, Velasquez from Kings, Mintier from Springboro, and Santiago from Kings. So we got 2 Springboros, 2 Andersons, and 2 Kings, and 1 Walnut Hills here.
To place the hurdles at the edge of lane 5 at the conclusion of the 200. And we invite all fans down onto the track at that point behind the hurdles to cheer them on.
Runners are ready in their blocks. So pause real quick. The official lowers his gun. And it's off now.
It's off. See, only 6 runners again, so 2 runners did not run it. This seems to be a reoccurring theme for this. A lot of times we do have a runner that does not run it. So here we are. It seems that
Patterson's out
Patterson's
to a
in the lead. Patterson is going to finish in the lead as well.
Followed by 2 Anderson Raptors.
Right near the 23 mark, maybe just under it, a little bit over, 23.1.
Springboro's going to take first place in the second heat. We've got 2 more to go. Then we'll be moving on to the 2-mile run.
Here we go. We got 2 more dashes left. We have Aldred from Miamisburg, Raj from Mason, Caponia from Centerville, Harris from St. Xavier, Post from Miamisburg, Odom Clark from Walnut Hills, Smith from Mason, and Willis from Lakota East. So hopefully it is a full track. We will see, however, when they come around. As we will see as they're getting set and ready to go. You hear the buzz, and there they go. Smith in lane 7, Raj in lane 2. This is not if one person dropped out. It was Odom Clark of Walnut Hills, as this one's going to be close between Post and Harris, and possibly Willis in lane 8. This one, I think Harris is going to pull this one out for St. Xavier. As yes, Harris comes in with a 23.15, which was 900ths of a second faster than Post. Raj comes in with a time of 23.65, and Smith comes in with a time of 24.19. Odom Clark from Walnut Hills did not run, as we have one last 200-meter dash, and this one, per usual, is the fastest, so hopefully we will see some fast runners.
He's got, and Cox, the #1 time, headed into the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash.
Cannon from Centerville in lane 1, Afari from Lakota West in lane 2, Andrews from Loveland, Cox, as said by Adam, in lane 4, one of the fastest guys in this heat, and Schwinn from Loveland in lane 5, Nemo from West in lane 6, Strayhorn from St. Xavier in lane 7, and Bryant from Moeller in lane 8.
Got a few football players on the track. Afari from West. No Bryant from Moeller.
Yeah, if we ever get Channel 5 or 12 filming down here, I feel like we're into it. I'll throw up a final score up there with logos all nice and huge.
So they're getting set on the blocks.
Gun is raised. And we're underway.
And we're going.
Cox flying around that middle of the track. He's in the 4th lane.
Everyone's run this one, and he's out to a lead, but it isn't a big one. His teammate's actually out to lead.
Tanel Bryant.
Bryant's gonna have this one in the bag, as he's gonna hope if he finishes fast, he's gonna end with around a 22. That's pretty fast. Bryant came around that corner fast with a 21.81.
I tell you what, Tanel Bryant was flying. I'm gonna check our record books on that one.
Absolutely, that one was close.
21.4.
That is not going to beat it. It is 0.4 of a second behind, but really fast still. That'll be up there on that leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, he flew out of the box there, and Tanel Bryant and Moeller take the first 2 spots with Bryant and Cox. Again, a beautiful night here at the Rod Russell Invitational here at Mason High School. It's been a great night so far. We've seen lots of records broken, and we've got 4 more events, 2 more events, both girls and boys, before we make our way into what everybody's here for, the annual Bizzarri Mile.
As they get those hurdles out there, because they allow fans onto the track here in the first 4 lanes to cheer them on right up close, like it's a cross-country meet, right real close to where they're running, instead of being in the stands. And this is one of the biggest things about the Bizzarri Mile that makes it so great, is that you really get a good fan experience while you're running.
All right, we're going to do walk-ups and bring them down.
Here we go.
So here we are, underway for the Bizzarri Mile.
Dylan Sweetman. Our next runner from Loveland. She's on a great cross-country and track team. Most importantly, she's coached by
So here we go, right under the lights, Sunset on the way. Here we go. The Angela Bazzari Mile starting off with the girls. We've got Dylan Sweetman from Hilliard-Davidson, a 3-time All-State cross-country runner. She's finished twice in the top 10 at that meet, a 2-time state qualifier. She'll be a Buckeye next fall, headed over to Ohio State. Her PR is an 18:16 in cross-country, again from Hilliard-Davidson. Caroline Mernan, she's a junior at Loveland. She finished 11th at the state championships. She's only, and this is a fun fact, Kate, she's only run the 1600 twice, and she's already down to a 5:05. So tonight, we'll see if she can maybe break 5. Again, Bazzari Mile a little bit more than that 1600 meters because it is a true mile. But I mean, pretty remarkable that she is running that fast. Only her second race, and she's also a good sprinter, under 26 seconds in 200.
Absolute great running athlete there.
So we've got Avery Legault from Mason. She'll be attending Virginia Tech in the fall, state qualifier last spring. She's also part of the record distance medley Mason team. Her PR in the 1600 is a 5:02. Bella Graham from Marlington, PR of 5 minutes, 0.62. So again, right by that 5-minute mark. She finished 3rd at the state meet last year in the 2-mile. Again, from Marlington, she's going to be a big threat. Got a runner from Waynesville, Jocelyn Willis, drove all the way from East, right next door, Lakota East High School. PR is 5:02. Celia Shutley from Hilliard-Davidson. Evelyn Prodoyle from Lakota West, a sophomore. She's again right on the verge of that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, one of those best runners in the cross country. Always competed with Aoife, who was always up at the head during those meets.
Can't forget about Grace McKay, just recently committed to the University of Xavier to run cross country in fall, one of the top runners on this Mason team.
Great runner.
Amy Waybrick from Gilmore Academy, and she's one of the few people, she's, along with Grace McKay, they've been under 5 minutes so far, and we just heard Aoife Pashka's name from Mason. Her record this year, 4:56, the lone freshman, broke Angela Bazzari's cross-country record
as a freshman. Pretty darn crazy. Talked about her earlier. Great runner, great mindset. She's really one of the smartest runners I've ever met. Had a chance to talk to. She's very, very, very much committed to this sport, so it's great to see.
She'll be definitely someone we're going to watch. Kara Money from Springboro and Sarah Peer. How about this time? Her PR in the mile is a 4:51.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And then we've got even one more person that could top that, and that's going to be Bella Butler from Oakwood. She's attending the University of Alabama to run track next year. She's won 2 cross-country championships last fall. She was a state runner-up the prior year. And again, she comes in with our top PR time of 4:49.
That's pretty crazy. We're gonna see an amazing race from all these women here, as really we're gonna see the best of the state come here, and run with the fans right next to them. It's gonna be similar to those cross-country races that all of them most likely run, and it's gonna be real fun to see all these fans cheering you on as you're going for a big PR on one of the nicest nights I've seen in a long time to run. I mean, little to no wind. That that flag over there is not moving, and it is beautiful. The sun's disappearing behind the clouds. It's nice and cool.
Crisp 67 degrees. Should
This
be a
is
great night.
a perfect day for running. This is PR weather right here.
We're looking to see how many girls can go under 5
Again,
tonight.
we're going to see how many girls can go under 5. This is a true mile, so these PRs, again, coming in the 1600s, so their times might be a little bit more than what that is, but again, if we can see any of the girls break 5, that's going to be pretty remarkable, Caden.
Absolutely. I mean, we already said that a couple of them 16 times is under 5, so maybe we see some of them get the similar times, which means they would PR by maybe a second or 2. But really, I expect a lot from most of the people here, as this is really, they've been preparing for this for a long time. They've deserved their spot here. This is an invite, so you earn your way on here. And we got 16 people running this thing, and all 16 of them deserve to be here. So it's going to be great to see them run. And we're off. Angela Bazzari Mile.
They are off. We have an incredible group tonight.
An incredible group of 16 girls now
Here
made
we
their
go.
way to start the Angela Bazzari Mile. We're about 10 seconds in as the girls.
Everyone is moving. This is great to watch.
And what's really going to start to get interesting is when these girls start to make the push into the inside lanes, and they're doing it right now.
Absolutely. That 100-meter mark, you got to focus on that because as soon as you get around that corner, you got to straight where you got to go and get into a good spot around the corner so you don't have to. So if you're in the other lanes, you're gaining distance instead of being the most efficient race pass. So you have to get inside quick, and we have a big pack near the middle.
Is in second from Waynesville.
And in second place, a little bit of a surprise, we've got down from Waynesville, Sam Erbach. She's in second.
Oh goodness, a little bit of a lead here for person first.
And number one, it's going to be Sarah Peer from Westlake.
She's staying ahead by a lot, but we got a lot of people in the outside lanes. We have Aoife's hanging around the lead of the big backpack. She's in fifth right now. She's definitely trying to dig in for around sub 5 mile. This is really close here.
And Sarah Peer is starting to really tear away. A wide gap between her.
Absolutely. You got to make sure you don't
Erbach
lose.
from
You got to make sure you don't lose enough energy here, because if you burn out near this last bit, you got an extra 9 meters to make it a full mile. So you don't want those 9 meters to come back to bite you. I mean, doesn't seem likely, but it could very well.
Peer stays strong in second place, but we've got some girls starting to make their way, pushing for that second place spot.
My goodness, this is.
It's going to be Sarah Peer.
Peer is
still in
pulled
first.
out.
She's pulled out, but Erbach starting to get slowly taken away.
Aoife is still hanging around that 5 spot for Mason, and she's doing a really good job of hanging out right behind the next runners, hanging on to them real quick, so she can try to overtake here. She's going to pass into fourth.
It's going to be Amy Werbach from Gilmore Academy in second place.
She's trying to pass into fourth. Oh, it's going to be close. Fighting off here, getting fought off here, but yes, this is really good. McKay's heading near the back, and so's Legault. But we got a lot of great runners here as they are hanging around that 800-meter mark, just past it around 2:30 near the end. So really, really good times here.
All the girls starting their third lap now. Peer staying strong in the lead. We got a new second place, Amy Weybach, and she's starting to pull out of the way too. Waynesville.
Aoife's making a move here along the back area. She's making her way into third. She's going for it. She's gonna try to go get the other 2 people.
And she is officially passed.
She's hanging around with. Who's she hanging around with?
Sarah Erbach.
Erbach's hanging around with her, but I think Aoife's just a little bit ahead.
Peer starting to lose her lead a bit, and Caitlin Jones Amy Weybach, from Gilmore Academy is starting to get neck and neck with Sarah Peer.
We got 2 people ahead here. This is really, really close. We got a big crowd cheering them on here, right on that track, and it's really, really close. And overtaken here.
Amy Weybach has officially overtaken Sarah Peer for that first place spot. Aoife Paxa in third. But we've got a really tight group. Sam Erbach from Waynesville starting to get.
As they come around at 3:39 for the first 3 laps, as Aoife comes around at 3:41, so only 3 seconds behind. She can make it up, but she was just passed into fourth now, as there seems to be a bit of a gap building between the first and the second. It's not that much, but you got to hang on if you want to win. At this point, and it seems the gap's getting even larger as we go.
Yep, Weybach starting to command that first place spot. Sarah Peer from Westlake in third. Aoife Pashka we're in second. Aoife starting to fall a bit, but Sarah Erbach from Waynesville, another kick with about 200 meters left. She's in third place now.
She could get around that 50 mark. I mean, this is really good. She's sprinting at the end. She's gonna get in the 50s for sure, as she's coming around. 100 meters to go.
And Amy Weybach.
She's got 30 seconds to get under 5 here. This is really good for her. She might go in the 40s. This is really close.
All right, Weybach.
10 seconds left, and you got 30 meters. You got 50 meters. She's gonna get in the 40s. As
it's gonna be Amy Weybach. Let's see if she can get under 450, and she does. 448. Amy Weybach, second place. Sarah Peer from Westlake. And I believe that we got Little Miami, Grace Spittle
comes
in third
in
place.
around a 57. She PR'd in the 16, but got a PR in the mile for sure. She did a great race. She had a great race today, finishing in about 5th or 6th, I believe. But yeah, 448 from Butler. 448.2. Great time from Butler as she pulled ahead, and she proved why she was the top runner on this on this roster.
Herbach's going to fall down to 4th. She had that second place lead at one point, but still an unbelievable race.
Pashka's-
6 players so far under 5 minutes on the scoreboard, but that's going to be a lot more than that. As we saw, Pashka, she got it. Jones got it. 8 people under 5 minutes.
That's great.
That's pretty remarkable. And
Legault just missed the under 5 mark, but she does get a 5.57, which is a 5. So that's a really, really good time there. Definitely really exciting to see all these people push it hard. I got a little too worked up there, for sure.
And coming into this race, we only had five people that had gone under 5 minutes, and we had 8 runners under 5. So very impressive.
Great time. What was Butler's previous PR before this in 16? Because I think she beat that in this race, which is an extra couple of steps, right? Butler had a 4:49 in the 16, so she beat it in a 16:09 meter race, which is roughly a mile. So definitely got a big PR here. A couple of seconds, that's really great. As we got the boys coming in, which we gotta definitely get to talking about. This is a burst, Max Leal running across.
All right, so Innocent Ntwali, that's an unbelievable name. Innocent from Miamisburg, Calvin Killigan from Lebanon, Isaac Shacklider, the captain of Mason's state championship team from Mason, Colin Martins from North Olmsted, Max Leal, as Kate mentioned earlier, he likes to go by the burst, coming in at 6th. Ryan Blom from University High School, Leighton Axline from New Albany, Liam Shaughnessy from Dublin Coffin, Evan Trapp from St. Xavier, Drew Zundel from the University High School. So we've got 2 runners in West Virginia coming from University High School. Brian Gent from Orange High School. Noah Johnson from North Canton Hoover. Colin Cernafsky from Marlington. Caden Dyer from Loveland. William McGraw from Dublin Coughlin. Ben Gamelback from Westerville North. And that's gonna close things off. And can't forget about James Maraska from Mason as well. So that's going to be our 17 runners in the males Bizarre Mile. And if this
James Maraska, hard work. He's on that cross country leaderboard. I think he's 3rd. He worked his way to that real hard. He got lots of gains over the years. Started with a 17 flat his freshman year in cross country and has cut that down in cross country too, being 3rd in Mason history. So really, really good to see him in this race. He's probably going to be a great runner. We got, the 3 really good guys. Max Leal, Jr., he's going to be a leader of this cross-country team this upcoming fall. Shaq Leiter, he's heading to the University of Cincinnati, so definitely going to be hopeful to see him performing in the college level. And Maraska, I can't remember if he's going, what college he's going to.
University of Dayton.
Dayton, and he's a real hard worker, so Dayton's going to get good runner with that.
We got an amazing group getting together here. Let's get hype for them. Let's get it loud. We were a little quiet for the girls. We got to take it up a notch.
All right. Boys, Bizarre Mile, the sun's starting to set. We're under the lights. 17 runners from all across the Midwest here. Find out who can run the fastest mile in Ohio and the surrounding states.
We got a couple of West Virginia guys in here, a couple of guys from other states. It's great. It's great to see all these people coming. Long bus rides over here, and they're here. All they're here to do is run this mile, man. One of the best events in all of the area.
As this outstanding group of boys is getting assembled, let's get loud. See if we can get many under 4:15.
All those people in lanes 5 through 8. It's really cool to see. I mean, all these people cheering you on as you're coming around 4 times in a row. And one thing about treks, you don't have a lot of people. It's like hard to get really that fan experience when everyone's standing so far away in the stands. And everyone's always doing their own thing, preparing for their next event. So you really don't get to see that many fans cheering you on. This is why the Angela Bizarre Mile is one of the greatest events Mason's got to offer. Really, I mean, the best, because you get these fans on the track cheering you on, hoping you get that big PR and running a full mile. So
And the last time the Angela Bazzari happened last year got canceled due to weather, but in 2021, Nathan Moore from Uniontown Lake ran a 4:13, so that's the time that these boys are looking to shoot for if they want to be the champion of the Bazzari Mile. We're going to take a deep breath here, put out the final seconds before the boys go underway for the Bazzari Mile.
They're on their marks and they're set. Buzzer sounds, and here we go.
These boys underway in the Bazzari Mile. 17 of the best miler runners in Ohio and surrounding states. As the boys starting to make an early cut into the inside lanes, and Max Liao getting off to a very hot start as he's going to take the lead.
Very, very quick. He's got really good speed to him. He's got to just hold the pace. He can't fall. As he's willing to fall back and let someone else take the lead. He's going to take their win. They all seem like they're pretty comfortable with where they're at right now. Big pile there. No one's really separating. No one wants to take the front. And I've heard that like people don't want to take the front. They just let the other person like you go. And I think that's what's happening here. Somebody's going to try to take the advantage here because they're going a little bit slow to start here. I mean, they're probably around a great pace, but they got to keep it. They slowed down during the race. You can't really do that if you're running a 103 through your first bit.
Evan Trapp in the lead. But looks like somebody from Westerville is going to try to pass him up. I believe that's Ben Gableman. And he does.
Here we go. Down that back stretch on lap 2. Seems Moroska's starting to fall behind a little as he's separating from the big pack, but Shackleiter and Liao are hanging around on that pack in the front. I bet we see a really, really fast negative from all these guys. As soon as they get through this 800, they're all going to pick up the speed majorly.
And it looks like Brian Gent from Olentangy Orange is in the lead right now.
Olentangy, that's up in Columbus. All the way down to here, 2 hour and a half drive.
Evan Trapp in third place for St. Xavier.
Shackleiter and Liao are right near each other. You got to pick it up if they want to get a better time. They're right around a 2:07 when they cross the line.
Gent continues to accelerate for Orange.
Those who can hang will move to the front. It looks like Gableman is still out front. Evan Trapp sitting in third.
Gableman
is in second.
Got to make a move here. If Liao's starting to fall, you got to make a move. Shackleiter's hanging. He's going to try to, he's picking it up here. He's making a move. He's going to catch that top pack as he's starting to separate from that back view and go. Here we go around the corner on the third lap as they are moving. Coming around at a 250 right now. This is big.
It looks like Caden Dyer from Loveland's going to take the lead over Ben Gableman from Westerville North. And Caden Dyer from Loveland.
He's separating here.
Separating himself. He's got a mile left,
yeah,
or 400 meters left, excuse me.
He's got to get strong through that 400. I mean, if he picks it up here, he may head in with a 4:0 something, which is really crazy. As he is picking it up, he is sprinting here. He's sprinting to the finish here.
Caden Dyer separating himself by multiple strides now.
Separating himself by a lot.
So we've got Dyer in first, Gableman in second, and Evan Trapp from St. X in third.
You can see Shackleiter out there by himself. He's trying to catch up, but it's going to be a... Dude, who is... Oh, boy, this one's close. Up at the second, third, and fourth, but Dyer's going to get this one.
And right now, it's Caden Dyer's race to lose.
Caden Dyer. He's heading around the corner. He's heading around the corner with a 54. He's going to get inside the 410s. He's going around the 410s. This is going to be a PR on the Angela Bazzari mile. This might be a record on the Angela Bazzari mile for the men. 406, 407, 408. He crosses at 409. That's a record, correct? Or is it?
We're going to take a look at the old ones. I'm not sure it's a record, but it's definitely going to be one of the top times in a long time. Dustin Horter in 2018 ran a 4:04.
So he's second all time. That was a really, really great run from him, and we're going to see Liao hurt himself during the race. He limps across the line in last.
And who was that?
Liao,
Liao.
Max Liao. He finishes limping, and he's going to head over to the trainers. That's really rough for him. He was going to have a good race, but something seemed wrong with him.
So we'll wait the final results. It's going to be Caden Dyer from Loveland taking the 1 spot. And Drew Zundel from University High School kicked it into high gear at the end, took 2nd place. Ben Gableman got 3rd with just over 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Noah Johnson from Hoover right behind him, and then Evan Trapp will round out the top 5. Your Comets in the race. Shacklighter's going to finish 8th with a time of 4:16.
If you could put the hurdles in the gutter, McKay.
Liao finishes 12th. Maraska finishes 16th.
That's good. Liao yet to get his, no, they have yet to get listed as their time, so I think Liao finishing last. He hurt himself. He slowed down tremendously. It's rough for him. That really sucks, you know. He's gonna have one next year though, so definitely he's gonna be coming back for the revenge next year against this race, you know, trying to get a better time out of it.
The annual Bazzari Mile comes to a close, as it is Caden Dyer from Loveland who's going to take it home for the boys, and Bella Butler from Oakwood taking it home from the girls.
Shacklighter gets a 4:16.49, so really good time there from him. Mrazka, really good time there for him too, and Liao came around with 4:27, so yeah, definitely had something up with him. Really upset that that had to happen to him. You know, you don't really want that to happen to anybody on this stage with this really competitive atmosphere, really exciting atmosphere. So it really sucks that you know, it has to happen at this time. But I think he's gonna make sure he gets back and ready for GMC's this upcoming week. As we're about to get the 32 underway. 32, longest event we have. Last like 10 minutes for the 9-10 minutes for the first runner to cross for both boys and girls, and mostly last in the 12-minute range, 11-minute range. So definitely gonna be long for both of them to run it. So we're gonna spend about 30 minutes on this race, and then the 4x4, one of the most entertaining races, and save it for last, as we're heading towards a close in this great day and great atmosphere.
2 mile, the longest event here at any track race, but start off with the girls.
Often, depending on what other meet you have, is like sometimes 4x16s are a race, and those last quite a while. But you know, just for a singular, like, quote unquote leg, 2 miles definitely the longest event. So as this gun goes off, and we're gonna have some runners go in this 2 mile.
Now on the track, girls 3,200-meter run. Up next, we'll have
Again, we mentioned the field events earlier in the night, but we're going to take a look back at them and give you the final results. The girls high jump. In 8th place, Carrie Rylage from Lakota East, and tied for 6th, Nia Liukas and Carrington Harper. Chloe Hill and Amelia Knott tied for 4th. Lily Oroz for Ursuline in 3rd place, and Naomi Ogabar in 2nd for Miamisburg. And coming in first from the Kings Knights, jumping at 5 feet 4 inches, Zoe Lenine from Kings.
Sarah Peter, 4:50.32, and in first place,
This 3,200 spreading out a bit. We have a lead runner here, out here from West, with Bella Tepley from Mason hanging right behind him. Tepley ran a race earlier today. Normally you don't see runners run more than, if they run 32, that's all they run, but Tepley's going to run a couple more another event before this, so hopefully she has enough gas left in the tank to run this race. She's hanging around in 3rd.
And going back to that Bazzari Mile, Bella Butler has set a record for the fastest Bazzari Mile in Mason Invitational history with a 4:46. Very impressive feat from her. Broke her Oakwood teammates record.
That is pretty crazy to see. Like one of the most entertaining events. You've run one of the best races of your life there, and you bring in a record. That's pretty cool. Your name's stuck in the record books for at least now. I mean, we're gonna see. I mean, next year when we come back to this, her name's the one we're gonna talk about having that record on. It's pretty cool legacy you leave behind. So we have a four-person gap here, as they all kind of hang around each other, but we got West in the lead and Tepley's in third. So they seem to be around 25 meters ahead of everybody else, maybe a little less. We have 29 runners in this race, so quite the large race. That is almost 4 runners in each lane. And that's pretty crazy. I mean, you gotta have there's not a lot of space there. I mean, you do cut in only after 100 meters, but it's gotta be tough to get around people. See the Tepley's coming through with West runner in front, but there's a tight race there between second and first. Seems to be a small gap forming between first and second and third and fourth. As you gotta try to hang on there with them. Tepley's trying to catch up to them, doesn't want to lose them at all. And then, I mean, the thing about this long 2 miles, it's a really hard mental game. You need to prepare yourself before, during, and after. Like, no matter what you run, it's really hard to, get yourself in the right mind. And if you don't, you are lost during this race,
In third place.
Really tough race to run. You gotta worry about like numbers sometimes. You gotta like think, all right, if I want to run this time, I gotta go here, now, and then. And really, you also want to race at the same time. So it's kind of like doing a lot of things at once. It's really interesting. That's how I take it, anyways. But here we are. Tepley's kind of separated from fourth a little bit and is hanging with 1 and 2. As we are having them come around this 100, about to finish a lap. As yes, this 1, 2, 3 is starting to separate themselves. Tepley's doing a great job as we are having a neck-and-neck fight between 1 and 2. And it is going to be real close with those two as they are coming in around a 4:02 as they come around the corner here.
Some more results.
Tepley's starting to separate into her own area. You don't want to do that. You really want to kind of hang on to somebody so you don't have to worry about pacing yourself. You can let them pace you. So you don't want to get caught up by yourself. It's really tough to, get in the right speed that way. But she's starting to fall back in near fourth as fourth place is catching up real quickly to her.
Freshman from Mason, Tori Killings.
Tell you what, beautiful sunset here at Dwyer Field as the sun's really starting to come down. Now we got a pink sky out. Great way to end the night.
Clouds starting to cover. It was clear skies when we started. Now there's a little bit more clouds, and it's starting to get real. We're starting to really need these lights now. We're coming around 5 minutes on the clock as we're coming around for what I believe is the 1 mile mark.
Erica Collin in the lead for Hilliard Davidson.
As, oh man, this is getting close between these top 3, and Tepley's hanging on. Tepley caught back up, chased down the person who passed her, and now she's kind of hanging behind as West jumps out to a lead. 5:30 as they come around for the first mile. They're on pace for an 11. You can see lots of motion on the infield here as people move around to cheer on their teammates. As teammates of runners, you got to make sure you warm up yourself, but also you worry about your teammates. Make sure they hear you. Cheering them on. Really important thing for their mentality to hear you cheer them on and tell them to get going. And it's really encouraging as a runner to go and hear people cheering you on. It's more fuel. It gives you more energy. coming around here. Huge gap between the 4 and the 5 runners, as we really only have the first place races between these 4 up here.
It's going to be Bentley Thomas from Ursuline Academy in the lead with Erica Collin right behind her. And Ava Shepard from Lakota West in 3rd place. Bella Tepley in 4th.
There might be the person at first might be limping a little bit. It looked a little awkward when she came around the corner, but she's speeding up here, so it must not be much to worry about. Just that gap is pretty large now. It's extending more between 1st and 2nd, as what was a tight pack is now turning into more and more widened in between, more stride lengths in between, as you know, it's starting. We got 2 and 3 pretty close, but 2 and 3 pretty close. But first is really taking a big lead here, and Tepley's starting to fall behind, but she's got to stay strong and keep digging as she starts to catch up here. Actually, we're seeing a great run here from these top 4s. They're all probably on pace for big PRs. She comes, as here we come around and picking up the pace even more, coming around this last stretch, this back stretch here, the front stretch here, pardon me. In just past 8 minutes, as we're seeing the first place runner pick up her pace even more, putting a bigger gap onto the runners, as she is nearly 50 meters ahead of 3rd and 4th. The 2nd place right about in the middle at 20-25. Tepley's fighting with 3rd place right now. It's going to be real close. We will see what she's able to do here against West. Stevens from Mason comes around and trying to stay in that spot right there, try to catch a couple people, hanging around at an 8:51 at the end of this lap.
9 minutes on the clock here to continue this women's 2-mile run. Big shout out to some of the sponsors from the Mason Invitational tonight. Buckeye Running Company, Melissa Anderson Photography, just to name a few. We've got Kona Ice here tonight. It's been a great atmosphere, like we talked about. These girls continue to stay strong here in this 3200.
Bella seems to have gotten into 3rd here, and she's going to be coming around at about a 10. So really strong. You got, I think, 1 more lap to go. So at exactly 10, just faster than 10. You got to pick it up here. Last lap for a couple of these runners, and we are going to see a big push here from these runners to try to get a better times. Bella might be trying to fend off the person 4th and 2nd place all by herself out there. So definitely it's going to be a close race between 3rd and 4th, so we definitely got to watch that. But out in 1st, all alone, really. She's coming around. And, oh boy, we've seen a lot of kicks here. A lot of kicks to finish. And under 12 right now.
Just coming near the finish line. We'll wait to see the official time. Just over 11 minutes.
And here we go. 11:10, 11:11. We got a couple. Oh, here we go. Bella's able to pass here, and she's gonna finish with a time around 11:20 with the time of about 11:21. Great race from her.
It's officially going to be Bentley Thompson,
At
Bentley
11
Thomas, excuse me, taking home first place. 11:03.61.
from Ursuline, yeah, 11:03.61. That is a great time. You know, seen a lot of, had a big gap on Tepley, who actually finished second with a time of 11:21.81. I thought there was a person in second. I must have gotten that one wrong. She must have picked up the pace. Shepard finished with 11:25. Actually, there might be a person that they missed that was in second place. There might be something up there with how they scored that. But great race from Tepley. She fought off Shepard and definitely pulled out a great time.
Thomas, almost a 20-second victory from first and second in 11 minutes. That's a pretty darn good 2-mile.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a really, really great race, and we're about to see the boys kick off, and they're going to be really good as well. We got a lot of great runners left to go, and then after this, we'll have one of the most entertaining races, which is definitely worth the wait. 4x4. It's always a fun one because you have all these people sprinting and handing off. It's really, really a great team event. As we come around here, 12:47, 48, and 12:50 now. As got a couple more runners left to finish on the track. Around comes one of the last couple of runners. I think the last runner here, digging in for their last 100 meters here. And we will see her at the about 25 meters left, and we will have a finish at 13:32 around that time.
That's going to conclude the girls' 2-mile race, and we're moving on right after to the next 2-mile run, the boys' 3,200-meter dash.
So it's a 3,200. It's really hard to keep track. If you look down for a second, all of a sudden everyone's gone and spread out. Really hard to keep track of who's where. And when you focus on someone, you're missing something else that's happening. But really, really fun race to watch because you got so much going on at once. So many runners taking like running hard and fast. So we will see Thomas in first with a time again of 11:03.61 as a great time, about 18 nearly 20 seconds. I think about 18 seconds faster than first. Yeah. The boys are getting ready to start their race. And you see in the crowd over there jumping up and down, getting warm and ready. So here we are at the Rod Russell Invitational at Mason High School. We are running the boys 3,200-meter run up soon. So they're about to get onto the track. We've caught several Mason guys running this one, including from what I can see, Braden Fetters, Will Buckaloo, and Alex Fulmer, along with Jerry Zoo. So 4 Mason runners here. I didn't. All right. So we are making sure everything is all right on the track, and we're about to get underway with this 3,200. Making sure they're all their minds are right and ready to run. Gotta see how competitive this race will be. Really excited.
lost
Coming onto the
a few
track,
spectators as the nights progress, but still, you know, with it being almost 9 o'clock, still got a lot of fans here.
4x4,
After the Bazzari
followed
Mile,
by our
some of
final
the,
event of the night,
I guess,
the
enthusiasm in the
boys
crowds, you could
4x4,
say, starts to kind of
and
fizzle
then
down, but
after
still.
that we'll have Mason
Yes,
Senior
this
Night ceremonies.
we do have senior night. So after this, after the 4x4, we'll have several seniors getting recognized as they are getting ready with their parents to go get onto that field in a few minutes. Maybe give them probably around 20, 25 minutes before we're about to get underway with that. Braden Fetters, senior Braden Fetters, junior Jerry Zoo, sophomore Will Buckaloo, and junior uh, Alex Fulmer. We do have a couple of freshmen here running this race from other schools, as I saw Brock Grubert from Moeller. And they're off racing. Here we go. Starting to get a little dark over there near the building as it's cast a shadow.
Lights are on here. Sun has officially set. And the boys are off. This is going to be a long one. Caden, if you had to give advice to any of the runners running in this 2 mile, right now, what would you say?
I'm not really sure, man. I mean, they know a lot more than I do, probably. I mean, they're here. I'm here talking with you. I'm gonna be running on Monday, but they are really smart runners. I just tell them to keep their head down and keep going. You know, don't worry about pain. You know, it's only a little bit. As the clock is stopped, the clock is still, so we are gonna have some sort of error here. It stopped at 34.8, as you might see on the scoreboard or when we come around. It is really, really, really stuck. So we have some sort of glitch that's preventing that from working, so we will not get official times. But it seems like Will Buckaloo, Jerry Zoo, and Braden Fetters are all up in that top area as they come around at, I don't know because it's frozen.
I believe they're still going to have those handheld times.
Yes, I hope, or they'll still have it running somewhere else. But that sucks because you really want to see those times when you come around in the first 4 laps, and then after that, like, you know, what Coach Rapp encourages that, you know, you can get your time, get your pace down for those 4 laps, for those first half, like especially during the mile. You get that time. As soon as you get done with that, you gotta get your head down and you run, you race, and you don't. And I mean, you don't look back and think about a time. You just gotta go get someone. And I think Jerry Zoo is taking a lead here.
And Ken, you just mentioned Coach Rapp. Coach Rapp, the head cross-country coach, but this year started coaching distance for the track team as well. How would you say that, you know, the addition of him has really helped this track program grow?
Well, I mean, he has led this team to several state championships. We're back-to-back this year, and I mean, he's really good at developing players. He's a really smart coach. You know, he's been there and he's done it. So I mean, I trust him with a lot. I listen to him very well, and I know all the runners have a lot of respect for him. He's a really, really smart man. He knows a lot about the sport of running, so definitely trust him in the long-distance events, for sure. So we're gonna see Jerry Zoo is still hanging out to that front lead with Fetters hanging right behind him. Buckaloo seems to be in the middle of the front pack, and Fulmer hanging around in the middle. As they come around here to finish this lap, as they've gotten the time fix, it's now at 3:12. Got a couple of guys up here. I mean, it's really tight in this front four, but we do have in that front four, Jerry and Braden, both really, really good runners in this 32. We will see as they come around and for the third lap at 3:30. You know, Jerry Zoo, a really, really good runner. He's gonna be one of the top guys coming in this upcoming cross-country season during his senior year. He's really fast in both the mile and the 32. I mean, he's a really well-rounded runner. He's a hard worker at that as well. Here we go around that 250 mark on the lap, and Jerry was passed. He is hanging around in second, and he's fighting. St. Xavier's right behind him, and pretty much even with Fetters, as all Jerry's got to do is hang on to the guy in first, which is in first is. Hold on a second. I'm trying to make sure, but I do believe that is Riley Meyer from Lakota East. He is a freshman. He was the top freshman in the GMC this past cross-country season, as he has proven it here that he is a great mile runner as well. He ran in the low 16s during his freshman year in cross-country. He's a great long-distance runner, and I mean, he's proven it here as he is hanging in front of Jerry here.
We're over 5 minutes now here on the men's 3,200 meter run. 5:25 to be exact.
And Jerry's making a move on Riley Meyer. He's getting around him. And Jerry is now in first, and Riley is slid into third. He's slowing down, and he got passed twice, and Jerry's might get caught for first here. But he's hanging in front.
We've still got a lot of race left.
Absolutely.
So
Six laps
anything
in.
can happen.
Here we go. We're over 6 minutes in, and we have a big group of 6 people up in the front. I mean, that is a really tight pack. And Jerry has slid into second, just in front of Riley Meyer. And Braden Fetters is in fifth, and he is starting to lose a little bit of space between the top 4. And yes, there is a new group forming, as Fetters and St. Xavier have both fallen into their own little group by a little bit.
Meyer had spectacular race. He came in as the 4th seeded two-mile runner, but certainly had a good race tonight. But back up in the lead, Trey Manley.
Jerry's fighting, but he's neck and neck, and he will get passed by 3 and 4 here. He's now slid into 4th place. He's got to hang on to Riley Meyer if he wants to stay in this race. He's got to try to hang on to him. He can't fall here. Fetters is hanging around in maybe 5th or 6th. He's fighting with St. Xavier. And his Fulmer's hanging around in a pack of 4. And Buckle, who's out on his own, heading around that 50-meter mark. He's got one guy next to him. And you can see Jerry is falling hard. He is getting tired. He is falling behind Fetters. He is really struggling right here. He's got to push through. As Fetters is staying strong, he's staying on his man. And there seems to be a top 3 pulling away.
Liam Morris from Indian Hill in 2nd place now, came in as the 5th seed. Really starting to make up some ground.
Meyer seems to be kind of in no man's land. He's not in a group with anybody. He's in between 4th and 5th and 1st and 2nd, so he's got to try to catch up.
And it looks like Meyer is potentially about to take over Trey Manley's #1 spot, and he's officially going to pass him right near the start line.
And wow, we got a new leader, as that is a really good overtake right there. As Fetters is now in 4th. He is fighting to try to catch up to Riley Meyer in 3rd.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Keaton, but is it 1 lap left? Or?
Oh, we got 1 lap, possibly 2 laps. I can't remember very well. These ones are always hard to keep track of, but we are around the 9-minute mark, so we very well could have 1 lap left to go. We will see. I believe it is 1, as we are coming around this back corner, and we are just past 9 minutes. This is about to be a blazing fast time for the first place finisher. He's coming around. He is all out, and Fetters is going to slide past Riley Meyer. Fetters in 3rd, and he is going to try to he is really picking up his pace. He might get 2nd if he has enough time.
But in first place, it's going to be
Fetters
Liam.
is going to get close, and Fetters will just not pass him at a time of 31.
In first place, it's going to be Liam Morris out of Indian Hill. We'll wait to see his official time. It's a 9:29, so 10 seconds off of his PR.
Here comes Jerry. He's starting to slow up. Buckaloo hanging right behind him. And Loveland Kid in the middle. And Fulmer's coming around the 50-meter mark right now.
So
He's trying to sprint, but he's got a little left in the gas. He's trying hard, but I think he's going to make it.
So it's going to be
just in
Zoo,
time.
then Hanson, and then Buckaloo in those middle finishing spots. But Morris, Manley, Fetters, Butcher, Leames, and Thomas are going to take the top 6 spots.
They did not write. They have not confirmed Riley Meyer's time yet, and even though he's crossed, I don't know if what happened, but he did finish in the top 5 for sure.
Could be a chip issue.
Possibly. As always, these are unofficial times. They might change in the later on. But Buckaloo finishes 9th. Fetters finishes 3rd. With a time of 9:31.81. Fulmer finishes 12th, just under 10 minutes, with a time of 9:59.99. So 1/100th of a second under that 10-minute mark, and Fulmer's probably a little happy about that one.
A few more runners finishing out the final 2 miles.
We're heading past the 11:10 mark. We got.
It's going to be Braden Sparks out of Kings.
And yet.
He's looking to break a personal record.
He's pushing for this at a time of 11:26.
And he does. He breaks his PR by 8 seconds.
And Meyer will not receive a time. So one of the top finishers in this race, possibly disqualified, possibly a chip issue. We are not certain, but he did not receive a time on the board, as he has not been given a spot on this leaderboard. But Morris finishes with a time of 9:29.5. Great time from him as he wins this 3,200-meter run.
And one more event left now that we are concluded with the 2-mile event. We've got the boys and girls and boys 4x4 100-meter relay. And this is always an exciting race, one that's very standard to finish track meet with. And you know, the Mason girls coming in 9th place finish at state last year. So they're going to be a team you're going to want to watch.
Absolutely, and they've been improving a lot as well. We got lots of great freshmen that are really fast as well. Lots of great upcoming sophomores and juniors that are definitely coming in to help this team out. And they have really good short distance team. Lots of quick runners. So we'll definitely see where Mason places in this 4x4. But
there are going to be 2 heats of the girls 4x4. But the highest seeded team coming into the night is the Mason Comets, with a time of 3:58, and right behind them, Centerville 3:59. So about a second difference.
So we are heading it is pretty dark outside of these lights. If we didn't have these lights on, it would be pitch black at this point. As it has gotten past 9 o'clock, and we're heading into this 4x4. 2 more events to go, and we will be done with this great Rod Russell Invitational here at Mason High School. Great, great events. Like, we got to see the Angela Bizzari Mile, got to see a record set in it in the women's race, and we saw a great second place leaderboard finish in the boys. So really, really entertaining day. Lots of records set elsewhere as well.
So in this first heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay, in lane 2 we have Anderson, lane 3 Springboro, lane 4 Hilliard Davidson, lane 5 Mercy McCauley, lane 6 Ursuline, and lane 7 Kings.
We are nearing start time here. We're about to see a relay. Great. I love the team events in these races because it's a team event inside of a team event, really. So we'll hope to see a great race here from these 4x4 runners. They're getting set some into their blocks, some standing straight up. It's really a preference in this race as they go around.
And we are off. The gun has been sound.
There we go. Out in lane 6. We're gonna see a quick runner from Ursuline get out to a big lead. Here we go around this 200 meter mark. Now heading near the 300 meter mark. You know, I gotta hope here that you gotta stay here, have a good transfer of the baton, because that really is a big difference in these tight races. Because you got 2 runners here, and whichever one gets the better baton handoff might take a big, big lead in this upcoming
Hilliard
couple
Davidson
laps.
in the lead, right behind Ursuline Academy. And after the first exchange, Hilliard Davidson keeps that lead, and they're extending it right now. So
Oh yeah.
Ursuline trying to catch up. Mercy McCauley is going to pass up Ursuline with a speedy second leg.
And
She might even catch up.
Yeah, moving out here
Hilliard
into
Davidson.
second, and they cut in after the 100 meter mark on that second leg. So definitely a super, super close race between these two, as it might end up being really close neck and neck, as we're seeing a big catch up here, as there seems to be a
Results from the 3,200 meter run,
close
girls.
race
In
here at the
third place
top.
from Mason,
Coming around the
freshman
corner
Carl
here for the
Hepnick.
4x4,
The time is
maybe
11:21.
10 meters behind.
In second place, freshman from
Hilliard
Hilliard
Davidson
Davidson,
still in the
Erica
lead. They're in
Farley,
that inside lane.
11:10.
Mercy McCauley right
And
behind them.
first place, junior from Ursuline,
Springboro in
Bentley
third,
Thomas, the time of
and
11:03.
Ursuline's fallen to 4th place.
More than 25 meters ahead of third and fourth is first place and almost second place. As we'll see Mercy McCauley try to pick up a
We
little
also
bit more
have our
ground at the
results
start.
for
You
boys
can't pick
ball.
up too much ground at the
Third
beginning because you
place
might
from
burn it,
Central,
and then
Ethan Ireland.
you don't got anything for that
Third
last lap. We
heat.
almost saw it
In
there
second
as they
place
started to
for the
lose
West,
their
Jonah
gain they had,
14th
but we're
heat.
seeing it again
In
here. They're
first
catching
place
up.
from Talawanda with a mark of 14
Hilliard
feet
Davidson
6
in
inches.
first,
Henry
McCauley in
Hobblestone.
second. Springboro in third, and Ursuline in fourth, staying strong. Kings in fifth.
We see him come around here. It's real close between another 10-meter race here between these two. But it seems that the kick behind Hilliard Davidson is a little too much for Mercy McCauley. This is just real close. You need a good handoff here for your last leg. Now you need to pick up some speed real quick, as this is starting to This is starting to get close, but it might be in Hilliard Davidson's hands here as they begin to pick up a little bit more of a gap heading around that turn.
McCauley picking up some ground here in the backstretch.
This one's going to be a close one if you can keep your pace. You don't really need to get it all at once. You need to gradually get it, especially here around this last turn. But it is getting real close between Mercy McCauley and Hillary Davidson. It is going to be close around this corner. As picking up speed near the end is really big. As the middle two for Mercy McCauley were not fast at the end, but this one will be.
And Mercy McCauley down the final stretch.
Passes. I think it's going to be enough. They're going to win this. They're going to win this heat with and it's going to be it's going to be enough. They keep spreading that gap, and they are going to get a time of 4:13, 4:15 for Hillary Davidson.
How about that kick at the end by Mercy McCauley Wolves?
Great kick. Allowed them to win that race, so it was really huge. 4:13.33 for Mercy McCauley. Hilliard Davidson with a 4:14.87. And Springboro comes in with a 4:23.73. Ursuline comes in just under 4:30 with a 4:29.69. And we will see a couple more teams cross the line here. Anderson and Kings both come in and Kings has got a time of 4:41.91. And pardon me, I don't think Anderson ran this race, so we will not see them see their time pop up. But a great time there, great end there, great final anchor from Mercy McCauley. As
we have one more heat left in the girls 4x4 meter relay. After that, we'll have 2 heats of the boys, and after that, it'll be the conclusion of the Mason Rod Wrestle Invitational. But afterwards will be senior night ceremony for the Comets, honoring all their seniors.
Walnut Hills in lane 2, Mason.
I'll go ahead and read off the lane assignments for you guys. The final girls race of the night. In lane 1, we have Walnut Hills. Lane 2, Mason's B Relay. Lane 3, Lakota West. Lane 4, Mason. Lane 5, Centerville. Lane 6, Lakota East. Lane 7, the C team of Mason. And lane 8, the Loveland Tigers.
Here we are, about to have this last heat underway. We'll see if Mason the 4 and Mason the 2 can both pull out a great race. We have 2 teams here. So, actually, pardon me, 3 teams. Mason A, Mason B, Mason C. All 3 teams running in lanes 2, 4, and 7. Mason B and 2, Mason A and 4, Mason C and 7. However, they're probably all just Mason teams. They just have to be listed that way since there's several of them. They're getting set to run here.
So the girls at the starting lines. Staggered start for this 4x400 meter relay.
They're preparing to get this one underway. As we have a pretty fast lineup here, I bet.
Guns in the air.
set. Buzzer goes off, and they're underway. 3 Mason teams. I wonder which one we see take first out of the 3. It's hard to tell who's out in front just yet, but I do believe out in possibly lane 6 is Lakota East out and ahead by a little bit.
We'll wait officially to see that first
Yes.
exchange, because that's really gonna.
Be able to tell. Maybe around this corner you'll be able to see. Yeah. So outside 2 lanes, way ahead. I mean, yeah. So 6 and 8 way ahead. Loveland and Lakota East both have quite the distance built up already, as Mason did not run their 7-laned team. They only ran 2, and we will see a exchange here. It goes first to Lakota East as they have taken the lead, and they're going to speed it up around this corner. Got to get into that first lane quickly, though. And yes, they're going to be in the lead by a little bit.
Tori Killen's making up some serious ground for the Comets.
Really, really
And
quick,
like we mentioned
really
earlier in
fast.
the broadcast,
She's going. Oh, she's going for it all here. Going for first. Oh my goodness.
yeah, the fourth place finish at the
It's like she's running a
indoor,
200.
at the indoor state championship.
She got that first spot and just kind of eased off a bit. I think she got a little bit more in her. She's gonna have a final kick here around this corner. Otherwise Wes is gonna catch her. They both had really, really good kicks in the middle of this, on that back stretch, and she's going to try to hold off West here. What a good move by Tori Killens there. That was a really, really impressive move. She's going to be in front. Mason has to have a good transfer here, though.
Freshman set to hand it off.
And they will get a great quick handoff, and they will pick it up again. 3rd leg here.
She'll get it to Elizabeth Rezig, who'll be kicking off this 3rd leg.
And there's a 4-person, like anyone in this top 4 probably could get it. Yeah, heck, even the 5, they're picking it up as well. This is really close here. Mason seems to be trying to get an advantage here and get out to a bigger lead. I think the other Mason team is in 4th. And we have a pass in with 2nd and 3rd as West falls behind to East. And Mason's coming around with a couple of stride advantage as they're coming around this last 100.
Elizabeth Reddick
you're going to see a kick
to
here.
separate herself.
Big kick, and West is trying to, no, my bad, not East, Loveland. West overtakes Loveland, and Mason gets passed by East, and the handoff is good, and Mason's going to have a big jump here at this beginning spot, but West is going fast. West is going really fast.
And Ava Rango, this anchor leg for the Masons A team, she's out in the lead.
She's going.
But marching from behind.
West and Loveland.
It's Loveland. So they're starting to creep ahead in 2nd place.
Mason B is trying to get into 4th, hanging with East here. They're gonna get real close to passing as Mason A is going to come around ahead by around, seems to be just over 10 meters. And we are going to see a big kick here as they will stretch their lead to about 20 meters.
In 2nd place now. Mason is going to take this one home.
And we will have a 4:01, 4:02 time. That is quite quick. And we will see that a time 4:03.49. That is really quick for Mason.
Yeah. Now they did have a sub 4 race earlier on in the year, so not their PR, but still, it's going to be enough to get them 1st place in their final race of the
ahead
night.
by 2 seconds to Loveland, about maybe 1.5, and Mason B comes in 5th. Lakota West beats out Lakota East by about a second. Really, really great race here as we are going to see the boys step onto the track next.
Up next, first heat of the boys
We have
4x4.
So up next will be the first
Once
heat of the
again,
boys 4x4, our
coaches, please
last
come up to the
four
event
side
of the
teams in this
night.
heat.
awards
4 teams in this
for
heat. We have
the
Anderson, Springboro,
athletes
Walnut
with the
Hills, and
infield
Kings
experience and some track
in
around
lanes
here.
3, 4,
Please
5,
take
6.
that.
So the middle couple. We're gonna see only 4 teams here, so not a full 8. So a little less overwhelming to see all these teams running at once. Here we go. They're getting ready. Some of them getting into blocks. Here we go. They're getting set. And oh, they're practicing. My bad. They're practicing their jumps. I mean, there are a lot of them for blocks, and we're gonna see a great run here from all these teams. So we are almost done with this invitational here. Invitational meet here as we got 2 more heats, 2 more heats, right? Of the 4x4 meter relay.
Yep, up in this first heat, Anderson in lane 3, Springboro lane 4, Walnut Hills lane 5, Kings lane 6.
They're off. They're going. Got 2 guys up in the lead by a little bit. And here we go. They're already 150 meters into it now.
It looks like Kings is not going to be running in this.
Yeah, Kings would be in the outside lane, but we are only going to have Walnut Hills, Springboro, and Anderson run in this one. As they come around here, and we will have Springboro in the lead by a little.
Walnut Hills not far behind, and then Anderson in 3rd place. Is about 50 meters left in this first leg. Springboro.
They're going to come around and sometime during the 50s, and that's pretty darn good. Handed off at about 55 and 56 for Springboro and Walnut Hills respectively. So we will see probably somewhere near or under 4 if all these teams can get some under 60 times.
Springboro, they have the lead, but Walnut Hills starting to catch up. Here in this second
Here we
leg,
go.
near the 200 meters left in the second. 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Coming around the corner here. 110 left, make it 100 now. Springboro's got a little bit of a gap, around 10 meters, and they're picking it up even more. Gotta be about 15 meters now. And they're gonna come in with a blazing fast time, getting it in the 50s again, handed off at 150. So definitely could see the time at or below 4. Definitely gonna be a fun watch, fun to see and watch and see.
Springboro starting to extend their lead now. Here in this third leg. Walnut Hills about split in between Springboro and Loveland.
Anderson,
Excuse me.
it's all right. We'll see them come around. 150 left to go. And the time is 2:25 on the clock. And we got 100 meters left for this man. He's at 2:30. He's gonna come in with a really good time. Here's some of the Springboro fans cheer him on as he comes through at a time of 2:44 handoff. And we will see a time under 4 for Springboro and possibly Anderson and Walnut Hills, as they're both real close to it. They just need a guy that gives around or under 60 here.
Final exchange for all teams is there on the back stretch.
Oh, just over 3 minutes in, and we're gonna see. Oh, hold on. Walnut Hills is catching up here. This one's gonna be close near the end.
We'll see if he's gonna be able to kick enough.
I don't know.
Springboro
Springboro's
has a
gonna hold him pretty strong here.
pretty big lead.
It's getting closer and closer. Yeah, this one's gonna be close around the stretch. It all depends on how hard he kicks here. It's gonna be 10 meters to see if he can make up 10 meters. I don't think he will. No, the gap's gonna spread, and Springboro's gonna come in with a time of 3:40 and 3:41 point something, and we're gonna see a 3:45. So really good times. 3:40.32 for Springboro. Walnut Hills with 3:41.62, so not too far behind. Anderson comes in with a time of 3:45.87. So really good race from those three teams. They all got under or around 3:45. So really good race from them. We'll see a most likely a full 8-team race from this last boys heat, as this is the last race of the meet.
Yeah, like you mentioned, final heat, final race of the night. It's been a great night here at the Rod Russell Invitational. All the festivities, the Mazzari Mile, Kona Ice, Buckeye running. I mean, all kinds of different things going on. One of the biggest meets in all of Ohio. Safe to say it's been a successful one.
Absolutely, it's been really entertaining. Every single race has had some sort of cool event happen, like two runners fighting out, 3 runners fighting out, records. It's really been great to see this race. These races take their how do I put this? You know, I can't think of anything right now, but maybe I'll come up with a word later. But yeah, we got one last race, and maybe we'll see some great fireworks near the end. You know, each race has had a good impact. You know, each race has been pretty valuable to every runner that's done it.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the team scores. Mason takes it home by almost 90 points. Final score of 153.50. Gahanna Lincoln 61 in second place. Centerville rounding up the top 3 with 60.5. And for the boys, Moeller currently in the lead with 93 points. Centerville about 20 points behind with 70. Mason in third with 66. So this is Moeller's meet. Even if they win, another team wins this 4x1, only worth 10 points. So Moeller's clinched it. But the Comets, you know, with the first place finish, or Loveland with the first place finish, they could potentially jump Centerville to get second.
Big. It'd be big to get second. Mason B in lane 1. Centerville in lane 2, St. Xavier in lane 3, Lakota East in lane 4, Moeller in lane 5, Loveland in lane 6, Mason A in lane 7, and Lakota West in lane 8.
Number 1 seeded time coming into this event, Lakota East.
They're getting set, and the gun goes, and we are on to our final event, final heat. Here we go. Mason A in lane 7 seems to be picking it up a lot, as they're going to pass lane 8, and lane 6 is doing, lane 6, that's Loveland, they're doing really well.
St. X.
Loveland's able to pass. I think Loveland's in first around this corner. We'll be able to see once they get to this 300-meter mark. This Loveland seems to be having a bit of a gap here. Mason hanging around with Moeller and St. Xavier. And oh, they're going to fall back a bit. Really tired here. Aiden Markic comes in and Mason B, and he's going to try to finish.
One last kick from Moeller. as they come in. They're going to hand off right about the same time as Loveland.
Under 50 too. That was a under 50 as well. Like that's really, really good. That's a really good 400. So great to see that from these runners.
Loveland starting to pull away from Moeller a tiny bit as he's going to try to cut inside, and he does. He's able to pass up Moeller.
Go. We'll see it.
Loveland
Now
in
everyone's
first,
getting into
Moeller in
lane
second,
one.
St. Xavier in third. Round out top three. Here we're through.
We go around the corner, and this is going to be a close fight. Moeller's trying to get around Loveland, and I think they will. He's got to step in. He's got to try to get in front of him as best he can. Oh no, Loveland's going to outkick him here. It's going to be close. Hard-fought battle. You need a good handoff here.
Loveland's going to get the first handoff, followed right behind by Moeller.
Oh, Moeller had a little bit of a hiccup on the handoff, and that might cost them the race. They will have to catch up a large amount. It would not have been that long if they had a smooth handoff, but they had fumbled with it for a second.
Just near 2 minutes now. As we've got one more leg after this. Here we're in the third leg.
And they're heading around this bend in a blazing fast time, around 2:10 here. Here we go. Moeller's trying to catch up, and oh boy, who is that around third? Who is that?
That's Lakota East.
Lakota East is going to take first.
And wow,
really
how about
fast
this
time.
third leg from Lakota East?
Wow, really going to take a big jump, and Lakota East takes first. Yeah, both the Mason teams are hanging around near the back. James Maraska, who ran in the Bazzari mile, running in the 4x4. He's going to get a handoff to Shacklider.
And Lakota East pulling away on the in first place. Moeller starting to catch up with Loveland. They're trying to take away second place, but they'll match off on the backstretch. It's just going to be a sprint off for those last 200
Moeller
meters.
passes and is going for East here. Passes Loveland. They're heading for East. This one's going to be close. Lakota East might have to really fight to hold this one off.
Lakota East, 100 meters left to go.
And oh, Moeller seems to be dying at the end, but yeah, Lakota East, I think they have enough left to win this one, as Lakota East will come in with a great time near 3:23. And here comes Shacklider around the corner for Mason. Cooper also for Mason, as they'll be heading in for a time nearing the 35 range, and Cooper in the 37 range.
So it is going to be Lakota East taking first place, Loveland behind, or Moeller behind, excuse me, then Loveland and St. Xavier to round out the top four, Centerville in fifth place. And that is going to conclude the track events for the Rod Russell Mason Invitational. It's been an unbelievable night. Beautiful weather. We couldn't have asked for a better night, Caden, for track.
Perfect weather for running. Not much breeze, nice and chill. Really, really good weather for Mason and for the Mason Invitational. Here's Mason girls with a score of 153.5, which is almost 100 better than second place, as they get 92 more than Gahanna Lincoln.
Centerville rounding out third place with 60.5. Dakota West in fourth, 58.5, and Loveland rounding out the top five with 50 points. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at the boys' scores as Archbishop Moeller, after that second place finish in the 4x4, is going to secure that first place finish here at the Mason Invitational. Centerville right behind with 74.5. Loveland with 69 points. Mason in fourth place, 67.5 points, and Lakota West with 60 to round out the top five. I want to thank all of you for tuning in for this year's annual Rod Russell Invitational. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the coverage from this outstanding event. We hope you have a great rest of your night. I've been Adam Little, joined alongside Caden Winship. Thank you to our crew and for you listeners. Have a great night.
See ya.